Hello, everyone. I hope you are having a good Friday and a good weekend that has begun, at least for me. Hopefully, it begins for you soon if it has not already. Uh, I did want to mention, by the way, that tomorrow Isabella is getting interviewed by. Oh, right, I totally forgot about the intro. Sorry, Tristan. It was not intentional. Uh, But tomorrow, Isabella is getting interviewed by Memerister on his series of setter interviews. So if you want to go support Isabella, who many of you know from as a regular around here, that is happening. Announcement-wise, I should also mention that on Sunday, I'm streaming an hour later than normal, but that's because we have special guest Naverio joining us. We've been trying to line it up so that every other week or so we have a stream where we have a special guest. So that has seemed popular. Let us know if you are enjoying that. Tristan wants me to poke my audio filter, even though I literally did it a minute ago, but I will do it again. One moment. It's going to take a minute. There we go. Here we go. Okay, that did not work because a truck decided to drive by right as I did it. Let's try again. All right, hopefully Tristan likes that better. We will see. It is being a little finicky. Alrighty. So all of that said, we have this Math Pesto puzzle up first. And Alima has a puzzle that debuted at 100%. That's awesome. That's always very exciting when it happens. I was going to mention something else. What was I going to mention? Oh, well, whatever. It's gone now. We're going to jump into this Math Pesto puzzle. Oh, yes, I was going to mention to like the stream. Yes, please, if you have not yet done so, please go and click the little thumbs up button to like the stream. It helps other people find the stream. It's great to see some new folks around. We've been getting more and more new folks lately, so that has been very cool. I did want to reply, by the way, to Jimmy, who was appreciating the Fog of War puzzles. I'm glad you enjoyed those. There was a lot of neat stuff in there. A lot of people found a bunch of really cool ways to use this. I do have the list of who voted for this, and I will read it to you. So this is my starting with the puzzle that was most voted on by the bucket. And so the people who voted for this puzzle, the supporters of the stream who voted for this puzzle are Woofer, Naverio, Nordy, Doomdiat, Luda, Josh, Russ, Directionary, Math Pesto, Alathana, and David. So thank you so much to all of you for supporting the channel. Greatly appreciated to have your support. And let's see how it goes. So do we have a bet tree for this, Tristan, or anyone in chat who has done this puzzle? I'm surprised that this is a country road puzzle where we don't have to build our own regions. But we seem to not have to build our own regions. So in a country road puzzle, let me explain how country road puzzles work. You have to draw a loop in the grid, so something not at all like that. Sorry, it's going diagonally, and you're not allowed to go diagonally, so don't pay attention to this. This is not really happening. This is getting worse instead of better. Okay, I'm going to just do that and then hit undo, and then we're going to pretend that didn't happen. So some sort of loop, like that through the grid, that we're going to have to draw in, except that there are a few rules about how the loop works, which is that it has to visit every country, in fact, exactly once. Tristan says row 8, column 6. So every region has to get visited. So, for example, this current version is not allowed because it doesn't visit these two. Now it visits those two. But the exactly once part is also important. So what I'm not allowed to do is something like this, because now this road is visiting this country and this country twice. I am not allowed to do that. So we have that. Yes, MicroStudy gets to bet. So every cell in this is going to contain a digit. Those digits are going to be 0 through 9. Once each in every row, column, and box. Now, one other country road rule that I should mention that I didn't is that if a cell on one side is unvisited, so for example, if this cell is unvisited by the loop on one side of a border, then the other side needs to be visited. Or in other words, there's never two cells right across a border, neither of which is visited. So in this case, if the loop did this, it would also force the loop to do that around here to catch that. Being careful with that. Okay. Now, orthogonally adjacent cells, adjacent cells, there we go, that's the part of the rules I was trying to say. Adjacent cells need to differ by 5 or more, so the line itself is a German whisper line. But keep in mind there's zeros, so German whispers work slightly differently with zeros, although not super significantly, but in particular 5 can go on them, which it normally couldn't. Okay, and all the digits in gray, green, and red circles are odd. So we can go ahead and fill in candidates for all of these. That seems like a good place to start. I should turn my keypad on, or it will work better. Like that. Digits in a green or red circle are equal to the number of cells visited by the loop in the box. And green circles are visited by the loop, and red circles are not. So we can go ahead and we can do an XC through all the red circles. They're all not visited by the loop. So that is very helpful. Whereas this cell is visited by the loop. It's also not a 5. I have noticed that is an important deduction, I'm sure. And so now because of the magic of stuff being visited by the loop, this cell needs to be visited. So circle just means it has to be visited. That 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 has to be visited as well. So everything that's across the border from an unvisited cell becomes a visited cell. Now, Sarah in chat was pointing out that actually this cell is visited by the loop and it can't go there. So this cell, in fact, we already know does that. So I can get rid of the circle. This is certainly not a 1 or a 3 anymore because it can't visit only 3 cells because it visits at least 4 cells inside this country. So we have that going on like that. This isn't a 1 either because there's at least 2 cells visited in here. I'm debating if there's any others. This can't be a 1 either because, again, I need to visit this cell, but that can't be the only cell I visit. So this can't be a 1. Let's see. Are there any others I know are not 1? This one I think could be 1. And I think that one might be able to be 1 if it wanted to. Okay, so I'm curious about the 5, because if the 5 is visited by the line, it needs to have a 0 on both sides. I don't see anything wrong with it having a 0 on both sides as things presently exist. So I'm not going to worry about it too much at the moment. This digit down here, it can't be 9 either, just because of some parity thing, although I don't really want to do that. It's an annoying argument to make, but if we have to, we'll make it. Jay Dyer is pointing out that because these green cells are both on the loop, and they're not at a corner, they can't be 1. Because a loop can visit one cell, but not if it's that one. I don't think these two have to be directly connected. I think they could connect like that, and I think that might be okay. That might cut off this box. Yeah, maybe they do actually have to be connected, but I don't think I have an elegant proof that isn't look at all the cases and see that it would require visiting this country twice. But I I think you're probably right, Jimmy, but I think proving it is probably higher effort than I would like to do at the moment. This cell is visited by the loop, and it can never connect to the 5. So, because this digit, no matter what it is never at least 5 away from 5. So, in fact, we know that this goes like this. So that is cool. I think we actually now know the 5 is not visited by the loop, if I look carefully. Because if the 5 is visited by the loop, I think there's no way that there's not an even number of loop cells inside this region. Because if it's going to visit the 5, because the loop can't leave the region, the only ways it can do that are that, and that, all of which would put an even number of loop cells in the region. And so that's not possible. So this is, in fact, unvisited by the loop, and these both are visited by the loop. So we have that. This can't be a 1 anymore because this loop can't get out. So we've got that is visited. Now, interestingly, if this goes like that, it doesn't work. That's cute. Okay, so this circle, and this is an old loop puzzle trick that I always talk about. So if you haven't seen many loop puzzles before, this might not be a thing to do. But this loop has to go 2 directions. Every loop has to go 2 directions from any cell it passes through. And so if you have only 3 options, then any pair of directions you can rule out gives you something. So in this case, it can't go through these cells. It can't go up and down because that would make this digit a 2, and it's given to be odd. So it, in fact, always goes there. Now, if I went that way instead of going this way from here, I think I again doom myself to evens. Because if I don't connect here, then it means I'm connecting there, and I again put an even number of cells in here. I wish I had a more elegant way. I bet Math Pesto has a more elegant way of explaining this, because I feel like the way I'm explaining it is heinous, but I'm going to use it anyway. Which is that if this connection is not made, then it will definitely take an even number of cells inside this country, and that's not allowed because of the odd rule. Okay, so we have that so far, making some progress. Now, this could leave immediately, in which case this would be a 3. It could do some weird ziggy-zaggy shenanigans, in which case all sorts of things could happen. Who knows? Let's see. I'm just mentally checking if I should care about whether this is a 3, 7, or 9. Okay, I agree with Jimmy, this can't be a 3, because definitely from this box, I definitely need to get out through this box. The loop in this box can't exit anyway except to go into this box. So one of the cells in this box is the cell that is taken by this loop as it leaves box 9. And so therefore that is not one of these cells. So therefore this can't be a 3. I agree with that. So we have that. We know absolutely nothing about gray circles, right? I think gray circles are literally only odd. I don't think there's any additional information about them. Hey, Kodak. Box 8 can't be 1 because box 10 is definitely getting out through box 8. And again, it's not that one. So we definitely do that. Yeah, we know some connections between boxes now, for example. So we know that box 9 definitely connects to box 7. We have no choices. We know that box 10 definitely connects to box 8. And so, therefore, we also know there's no connection between these two boxes. Because if there were a connection between these two boxes, my loop would only visit these 4 countries. So actually, I'm glad I said that out loud, because it gives me those. Which has made this digit a corner, or sorry, this cell a corner. Because we need to visit it, and we can only bend around it that direction. So we've got that. And so I actually know that my road goes from this region into this region now. That's the only way I can go because of these not being able to connect. Oh, congrats to Panthera. Panthera puzzle today. On Cracking the Cryptic, it sounds like. So we definitely need to escape out from here into this region. And we escape from here into this region, and therefore, again, we must have X's in those places, because otherwise our loop would end in these countries. So therefore, this is now a thing, and we're gonna keep going up, because now this region, it has to go into here. And this region, it has to go into here. And so again, we get these X's going up. And so then these regions are finally going to connect across. So this is going to be a very boring loop in terms of how it hits these 10 regions. It's going to be a more interesting loop in terms of how it zigzags through the regions, I believe. Okay. In particular, this definitely can't only have 1 because I've got to get down from there to there. So this isn't 1 anymore. And likewise, I need to get down from here up to there. So that's not 1 anymore. Need to get down from there to up to there. So that's not 1 anymore. Okay. So I'm trying to decide if this is where this happens or if this bends this way and then it happens over there. Maybe I don't quite know as of yet. I do now know the betting tree is not visited because the betting tree is a dead end. So if you bet not loop for the betting tree, you are correct. The betting tree is not loop. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So this cell, I contend, can't be visited by the loop. Because if this cell is visited by the loop, it's going to take an even number of cells from region 10 to get there. Because by zigging and zagging, I'm only changing the number of spaces I take to get there by an even number. And it, of necessity, has to get out there. I think you could explain this deduction with parity shading. Or something. The point is, yeah, I guess it's a parity shading thing. A path from here to here always has an even number of cells. And it would have to leave here, which would mean that path would be an even number of cells. It would make this even. So the point is this is not visited by the loop. So this is visited by the loop. And so the loop takes this corner like that. So we get that. So now this number is not anything. This is not a number of any significance whatsoever. We do know this isn't a 3 anymore, though. Nor is it a 9. There just aren't 9 cells left that the loop could possibly take. This circle can't do both of those, so this circle always connects left, because it can't go up, and it can't connect these because it would create a really little loop. And we can't have a little loop. That is not allowed. So we've got that sort of loopy jig. Ace of Spades points out this can't be 9 either, because of the fact that we've already x'd 2 things. If this were 9, I would have to end in a place that I can't possibly end up. No, that's not true. Sorry, I disagree. If this were 9, I could do that. Never mind. There is a path that works. I'm trying to make incorrect loop assertions, which is very, very on brand for me. Let's see. same deal over here that I did over here. This cell can't connect that way or I'd create a little loop. So I must connect out that way. Like that, for sure. Let's see. If this were visited, it would look like that. Is that a problem? I don't necessarily know. Let's see. Jay Dyer says this has to go right. If it doesn't go right, then it goes these directions, and now the only cells I can visit in this region are these 6, because I can't get over here at all. That's a very clever spot to Jay Dyer there. So that loop definitely connects that way. I can get rid of this circle now as well. Let's see. If this goes through here, it's a straight shot. Nordy says this can't go up. Because if this goes up, I can only connect to one of these two, and that's not going to work. I agree with that. This certainly isn't a 5 anymore, by the way, because there's already 5 loop cells, and the loop's not done. And this box also already has 5 loop cells, and the loop's not done. Because if the loop was... Uh-oh, Math Pesto says I'm wrong. That can be 5? Oh, row 7, column 3 could go up. That's absolutely right. Sorry, it could just do that. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. Never mind. So, still, though, this still has 5 loop cells, and it's not done. So this still isn't a 5. So that part is all fine. This can absolutely be a 3, because it could do that. Oh, that doesn't work for a really complicated reason. Heliopolis is right. So if this was a 3, it would have to do this, but that creates a problem with this cell of all things. That's ugly. But it's going to be nice because it's going to tell us the high-lowity of the line. But this cell absolutely can't be a 3 because, and so let me walk you through the step of the chain of causality. If this is a 3, it looks like that. Now this cell is unvisited. So therefore this cell is visited, but it's also a dead end, and that breaks. So this is not a 3, and so it's high. And so we get to high-low color our loop. And remember, because it's a single loop, we can high-low color all loop cells. So just by sort of checkerboard nonsense. So these are blue. We learned this in a Fog of War puzzle by J40, actually. So that's orange, and that's orange, and that's blue. That's blue. I'm going to guess that puzzle might have inspired this puzzle. Who knows? So we get all of that going on. We know this cell is, let's see, blue, orange, blue, orange. This cell's orange. This cell's orange, and that's blue, and orange, and orange. So we've got all of that. 5, by the way, is orange, because 0 is blue, so this is orange. This digit now I know is low, so it's only 1 or 3. Oops, it's not 5 or 8 in particular. So we have that. Oh, J40 says it might be the other way around. That it may have been that this puzzle might have been done by them before they made the other puzzle that we did recently. Oh, this is blue. It's online. This is online, and it's orange. If I look at it, because it's going to go that. So this is going to be orange. So it is not 3. It's not 5 either, because if this was a 5, it would need to have 2 loop cells adjacent to it in the box, and they would both be 0, and I can't put 2 zeros in a box. So this is only 7 or 9. In other words, I mean, I certainly know that these cells are orange, even though they're not on the loop, but they certainly are orange for purposes of orange bookkeeping. This is orange for purposes of orange bookkeeping. And that's all the oranges in this row. So these are blue. So therefore the loop doesn't go here, because the loop must alternate. So this loop either goes down or up. I don't know yet. This loop doesn't go down either, because if this loop went down, that would again be a blue touching a blue, and you can't have a blue touching a blue. We're slowly getting our coloring on. Garion makes a good point that in general we can prove the loop always visits this cell, because if the loop doesn't visit this cell, we get exactly the problem that we had before, which is that if the loop doesn't visit this cell must be visited and is a dead end. So therefore this cell's always visited, and so we know what color it is. It's orange. In order to facilitate that. Yeah, and this is a 7 or a 9 for whatever that is worth. Let's see. Nordy says if this cell gets visited, it's a problem. Oh, no, it's blue. Right. Sorry. Right. This is blue. Sorry. Completely correct. It's blue. I looked up to this cell and used my checkerboard, but this cell's not on the loop. So I could not checkerboard from that. I had to checkerboard from that cell, and I checkerboarded from the wrong cell. All right, okay, so Garion's pointing out I have now proven that this cell is unvisited by the loop, which now means that I can't get up to 9. That would require visiting everything. So I now have a 5-7 pair in the row, and so therefore these are a 6-8-9 triple. If this were a 6, it would connect to 0 and 1. But I don't think that tells me anything immediately. If this were 6, it would also connect to 0 and 1. Let's see. I only get one more blue in this box, which is pretty interesting. Yeah, there's either 0 or 2 more cells, I guess, is Nordy's point. Because currently there's 5, and so either 5 is everything, or there's 2 more. In any case, this is never visited, is Nordy's point. Because getting to this cell would just geometrically require visiting 8 cells in this region, and that's not possible. So therefore, Nordy's point is that this is a corner, that's a corner, don't close the loop so that happens. And so we get at least that. And so we can color some more stuff. I will get to Jay's point, I promise. I'm mostly just exploring this currently. So we have that collection of stuff. So that's all the oranges. So these are blue. Because we've now got all the oranges in this box. So in particular, that means this loop does not go there. Like that. So let's look at Jay Dyer's point. Row 10, column 5. Yeah, Jay Dyer's point is this can't be a 9 anymore because of whisper stuff. I would have to visit all the oranges. I'd have to visit 5 oranges, and I can't because that's unvisitable. And so this can't be a 9. It is a 7. And so we get to bring in Zach for our 7 dance. Wow! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Very nice. And so conveniently, we've now visited the 7 cells. And so this now has to escape up. This becomes blue. These become unvisited. So that becomes visited. And so therefore it is orange by checkerboard. And so now therefore that's 7 cells visited. So this is a 7 and that's a 5. Now, because this is a 5, we actually get no more cells visited over here. So we can X all of these. Like that. And if that is true, then we now know that the only place for this to connect in here is there, making this blue. And now this can't leave because the loop would have to come back, so it's going to go that way. But now the loop can't stay, so the loop has to go. And so this is now blue. And so that gives me my 5 over there. I think now that this country is... Oh, no, I'm going to mark this cell first. This cell is now visited because it's across from one of those. So that's orange. Just by this row, we've got all the blues, so that's orange. I mean, it's never going to be visited, so in that sense, it doesn't matter. This can't be 3 anymore, because now we know of at least 5 cells that are visited by the loop. Okay, we've got all of that. Now, over here... Ooh, Malcolm has been a windmill for 4 months. Congratulations, Malcolm. Thank you so much for your support, and great to have you here. Let's get you a little windmill dance. Woo! 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 Woohoo! Waha! Thank you so much from all of us at Zetamath Productions. Much appreciated. Thank you so much, Malcolm. Great to have you here. This is orange just by counting. This needs to turn just by loop stuff. I think we've got a little bit of wiggle room over here as it currently sits. Just a little bit, but we've got a little bit. So yeah, so this is either going to connect up and do that, or it is going to connect... Well, it's not going to connect over and do that. It could connect over and do that. I think those are the 2 options as it currently sits. Ace of Spades has a good point that this is not a 7 by Sudoku because there's a 7 in the row, so it is in fact a 5. And if it's a 5, then we know what the loop does because the loop has already visited its appropriate number of cells. It's not allowed to have additional excursions. So I think I can start getting rid of the X's in regions where I know exactly what the loop does. By the way, the loop does that for no profound reason other than that's the only thing the loop can do. I'm going to start getting rid of some X's down below. This cell is orange, by the way. That's just for bookkeeping again, not because it's on the loop or anything like that. Okay, so we've got all of that happening. So yeah, so that we have done. Oops, I wasn't trying to do any of that. There we go. Okay. We have returned. I don't think the loop can visit 9 cells. Oh, it could. It could do that and visit 9 cells. Oh, that's ugly as a possibility. Oh, it's not a possibility. That's cute. It's the same argument that Jay Dyer came up with before. If the loop visits 9 cells in this region, then it would have to come up either through here or through here. In both of those instances, the cell it comes into is orange. But therefore, if you're visiting 9 cells, you're visiting 5 orange cells and 4 blue cells, but that's not possible. So that's a 7. It was very cute when Jay Dyer spotted it before. It's very cute now. So we're visiting 7 total cells. I think that means I can't possibly come here. Because I think if I come here, I'm not getting to 7 cells. I think I'm having too many cells now. Let's double check. Okay. I'm pretty sure I can prove that this can't cross there anymore, but let me take the easy point from Jay Dyer that this cell's not visited, and so therefore this is not a 9. And therefore this is... Oh, no, sorry. That does not tell me therefore this is blue. This is blue or orange still. It's not 3 either, because there's already 4 cells. So this is, in fact, 5. So if this goes up here, we're screwed. Because if this loop goes up here, I now can't finish without putting any extra cells in. So therefore this connects here, but it can't connect there because then it would be 4. So in fact, it does exactly that, with these all being X'd and these all now being O'd, including that one being a corner. And we've got some coloring to do. So that's blue and orange and blue and orange and blue and orange, like that. This is, remember, orange because it's a 5. Let us see now. Have we put a bunch of oranges anywhere that would be useful? Maybe not. I'm having to do my accounting. Okay, well, this is certainly not a 3 anymore because there's already 5 cells in here. So this is only 5, 7, 9. So this is only orange. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 4 of the 5 oranges in this column, for whatever it is worth. We've got, so if this cell gets visited, it gets visited from down below because it would be a corridor. And now that is my 7 cells that get visited. So I am now prepared to argue that this definitely is not visited by the loop. If this gets visited, I think that actually might be okay. But the fact that this isn't visited tells me that this turns here. Now this has nowhere to go but here, and so this enters here. So this is orange. Like that. This row, by the way, this row has its 5 oranges, so these are both blue. Let's see. Okay, and so if I don't turn this way, then I connect up there, and then I never visit these, so I must turn here. And now I must turn here and go there, because otherwise I'm not grabbing all of these. But now I've hit my 7, so I turn up. So this is orange, and this is blue. Like that. I think this is right? I don't think I did anything wrong. That's blue. So we've got all of that. Let's clean up some more X's. No X there, no X there. I don't think I have to worry about these X's anymore, or those X's anymore, or that X anymore. And so, right. This cell's unvisited. Sorry, Jay Dyer is catching me as I almost make a critical error. This cell's unvisited, so this cell is visited, and in particular, it must be visited exactly like that. Thank you for catching that. I was about to, in effort to not have too many X's floating around the grid, I was about to miss a deduction that I should get from having an X in the grid. Okay, so... my instincts tell me this cell can't be visited, but I think I'm wrong. Yeah, I'm definitely wrong. Okay. Right. Okay. So the question from Jimmy is where is 5 in row 5? So note there's a 5 there. So it's in one of these cells, and 5 is orange, so it's in one of these two cells. But it's not this one because 5 only goes next to 0. So in fact 5 goes there, and those are both the zeros. Which is very relevant. Tells me that this can't be 5 either, for whatever that's worth. So that's not 5, that's not 5, that's not 5. So these are 3 oranges that aren't 5. That's not 5 either. So the 5 in this row actually is getting quite constricted. The 5 in this row is over here somewhere. Yeah, Martin asks, now where's the 6? And so the 6, I think it can go there. It can't actually go here, funnily enough. Oh, no, it could go there. Never mind. Sorry, there's 2 spots for 6, I think, because I think this can be a 6. So I think one of these two is a 6. This one definitely isn't a 6, though, because it would need to go between 0 and 1. So this cell is only an 8 or a 9. We can go ahead and mention. I mean, I think it's likely that this is the 6, but I do not know as of yet. Let's see. I'm looking to see if zeros are doing anything down here. Like, I definitely need an orange in one of these cells, but I think it could be any of them, literally. Yeah, what about 5 in this box, asks Heliopolis. I believe that one. That can't be a 5 because it would take 2 zeros. That can't be a 5 because it would take 2 zeros, so that's a 5. So I believe that. So now the 5 in this row is only in one of these two cells, for whatever limited amount of information that might be worth. Let's see, that's 4 lows. And the restricted low, I should remember, is 4. 4 only goes next to 2 9s. So, for example, neither of these is a 4. In fact, actually, I should mark that 7 only goes next to 0, 1, 2, just for posterity. But actually, one of these two is definitely the 4, because none of these can be 4. That can't be 4, that can't be 4. Maybe that could be 4. Irksomely, I believe it could. Let's see. 1, what else have we? If this crosses here, there's no way this takes an even number of cells in this box. Because if this crosses here, or sorry, there's no way this takes an odd number of cells. If this crosses here and does not go that way, then the way it connects to this box is through here, which means it's either going to do that, or that, or that, or that, or that, and proof by exhaustion that doesn't work. Therefore, this is orange. If I go up now, I've only taken 4 cells in this box, so that's not going to work. So therefore, it goes here. That is blue. So now this is certainly not a 3. It's at least a 5. So this cell earns its orange. Yes, it is a very good thing the box is finite, or we would have had a very big problem. I actually don't think it can come here either. Actually, no, I think it could. Actually, no, I don't think that's the right number of cells. Oh, no, it could do something like that. That would work. That would be 9. Okay. So my efforts did not quite succeed. This can't be 5 or 7 anymore, I am seeing through magic of Sudoku. Good night, DDX! You can fix the parity of column 3 fully. Right. Okay, that's very cute. So Jay Dyer's point is, if this cell is visited by the loop, it's blue. If this cell is visited by the loop, it's orange. If neither of these cells is visited by the loop, we can't get to 7 or 9. And actually, both this being blue and this being orange force the other to be the same as blue and orange. That's really well spotted, Jay. So agree with you about the parity there. And we can do exactly the same arguments in these two, because again, if we don't go through here, we're not ever finishing the loop. And if we don't go through here, we're not finishing the loop. And both of these are missing one of each. And so we actually get that going like that. That is very cool. Okay. I have 5 in row 2. Why can't 5 in row 2 be over here? Do I know where absolutely all the 5s are over here? I don't think so. Crispy has an interesting point that because of the odd numbers, the odd number of cells visited in every region, we know that we always enter and leave on the same color, which I agree. I don't see where the hypothetical cells are where this tells me something, but I agree with the assessment that that it is true. This isn't a 7. Oh, so you're telling me to put an X, like, right here? Sure. Because if this cell is visited, it's orange, and so we would not be leaving the box then. But if this cell is visited as blue, so agree. And I guess there's a similar thing here. So since I'm leaving this box on blue, I'm entering and leaving this box on orange. And so I guess the super relevant thing is that I get that. And so that's blue. At least I should say potentially super relevant. I don't know if it's actually going to do anything, but it is potentially relevant, and it makes sense to me. Yes, okay. Isaiah points out this loop definitely doesn't go that direction, because if this loop goes that direction, now none of these are getting visited. So we can at least push that way, and acknowledge that neither of these are visited, which, funnily enough, would have given us a much simpler proof of Crispy's point if I had done that first, but oh well. So this can't be 9 anymore. It's only 5 or 7. This can't be 5 because there's a 5 in the column. So if it's 5, it just does that. And if it's 7, I think it has to do that. Is this connection always made? Or is there some... Oh, no, it could be 7. There's a different way it could be 7. It could be 7 if it does that. But I guess the corollary is this cell is never a thing. Because if this is visited at all, that's blue and I'm leaving on orange. If row 4, column 3 is 9, where does 4 go in the box? That's a really clever point. So if this is a 9, every blue cell in the region is on the line, but the line would need to be next, or the 4 would be need to be next to a 9, and it can't be. That's a really good spot to Ace of Spades there. So this is a 5 or a 7. Let's see. Ace of Spades becoming the Sudoku ringer. If row 4, column 8 goes up, says Martin, then we probably can't visit, we probably can't put 5 in the box. So if this goes up, then it is going to, of course, do that. And then we would need to put the 5 somewhere. It could not be there or there. It would have to go exactly here. But in this universe... Wait, no, not exactly there. Sorry, it would have to go exactly... Well, it couldn't go there. I guess it would have to go exactly here, but that doesn't work either. Right. So I agree about this. I'm trying to decide if there's an elegant way or if I just give up and accept it. So if this is a 7, I need to visit all of these cells. In which case they get colored exactly the way they should, which means that's orange and that's orange. So one of these two would have to be the 5. But for example, this one definitely can't be the 5, so that would have to be the 5. But now in this universe, how is this 5 ever working? And so the question is, how am I visiting this cell in order to allow it to see 2 zeros next to it? And the only way that would ever work is if it looked like that. And so in particular, Martin's point is this never goes up. So this always connects there, regardless of what else happens. So we have that. Math Pesto would like me to corner mark that 5 goes in one of these 2 cells. I can do that. Now, I think it is okay if it's a 7 if it goes like that, at least nominally. Jimmy says 5 is placed in box 2, but I'm not sure I see how. I agree with Jay Dyer. This cell always needs to be on the loop, because the only places I can connect through from box 4 to box 2 is there, and both of them, in order to connect over to here, I have to go through here. So this cell is always loop, and so therefore it is always blue. I agree with that assessment, and indeed, this edge is always in. For whatever that is worth. The argument about 4 from Ace of Spades earlier, Garion points out, also proves this can't be a 9, because if this was a 9, I'd have to put a 4 on loop, and the 4 on loop could not have a 9 on it. So that's not a 9 either. 5 in box 1. I guess 5 in box 1 is now restricted to one of these two places. And so 5 in this box is now restricted to one of these two places. So we've got a couple little 5 Jovi wings floating around. I probably should be pencil marking more. So one of these is a 6, and so is next to the 0 and the 1. In whatever region they happen to live in. So if this is a 5, that's a 5. And then it's orange, and so therefore it's not on the loop. And therefore I can't get to 7. Okay, that's clever. Okay, if this cell is a 5, it makes that cell a 5. So now this cell's orange. So now it's the wrong color to be on the loop. So it's just not on the loop. But now my loop, because this is a 5, remember my loop went up here, but now it can visit exactly 0 of those cells, so it visits at most 6 cells, but it can't visit 6 cells because this cell can't be either of those things, and in particular, this has to be visited. So this isn't the 5, this is the 7. That's the 5, and that's the 5. So this is orange. This being a 7 means the loop continues here and here. And then turns up here, so we can do some coloring. So that's orange and blue and orange. Therefore, this is a 9 now, and therefore that's a 7. Just because of digits that can be digits. That's an 8. Oh, that's going to tell me about the 4 in this box. It's going to tell me the 4 in this box is definitely in that column. Now, we've got, these are 6 and 8. I'm going to go ahead and fill in, just recreationally. These are blue, just, because they literally are, because all the oranges are gone. So that's blue, just to, make everything work out. Oh, that's only 4 blues in this row, so I don't quite have that yet. Yeah, the people are saying the loop doesn't go through 5, because if the loop goes through 5, it goes through it puts zeros in 2 of these blue cells. So this is not on the loop. And so therefore the loop needs to connect through there. In order that there be any prayer of that happening. So we've got that. And so we've got two sort of things that are two ambiguities that are going to need to be resolved by Sudoku eventually. This is a 1 or a 2 only, because it needs to be next to 7 and it's not a 0. Okay, one of these 3 cells is a 6, and I think now Martin's argument from much earlier, I think now applies. One of these 3 is a 6, and if either of these were a 6, I'd need to put a second 0 in the box. So in fact, that's a 6, and that's a 1, and that's an 8, and that's a 6. So that's a 1. And now my line can't come down here because that would need to be a 0, so that's the 0, and my line does that, and that is the story of my line over there. So now these are from 2, 3, 4. These are also from 2, 3, 4. That one I know is not a 4. Because this is 2 or 3, that can't be a 6 anymore. Also, there's a 6 in the column, but my way was cuter, and you know it. This is an 8 or a 9. In fact, that's an 8 or a 9 as well. These are just an 8-9 pair, meaning that's not a 9. This is certainly not the 4, so the 4 in this box is over here. So these are from 2, 3, 4. That's not a 4, in other words. It's not a 4 because 4 would have to go between 2 9s. So that's not a 4. So one of these two is a 4. For whatever that is worth. Let's see. In this column, that is a naked 9. Because that's the only thing that can go there. So that's an 8. So that's given us a 2, 3 pair, because this has to go next to an 8, and it's not a 0 or a 1, so it's a 2 or a 3. So those are a 2, 3 pair. So these are a 0, a 1, and a 4. That one's certainly not the 4, and that one's not the 4. So that one is the 4. So that's not a 4, and that is a 4. And this is now just a naked 6. So this column needs an 8, and it's not going there, so it's going there, and that's the 9. This is now a 6, just by Sudoku, which makes that a 1. This is a 2 or a 3 now. So that's a 2, 3 pair. So this is a 0 or a 1, just for what's going on here. In fact, this is a naked 0, actually, for the column, because there's a 2, 3, 4, and a 1. So that's a 1. That's a 2. That's a 0. These are a 3 and a 4, and that's the 3, and that's the 4. These are a 6 and a 9. Well, that one's not the 6. No, sorry. No, that one's not the 6 because there's a 6 in the column. So that's a 6 and a 9. That 9 looks all the way up here at this being an 8, which makes that not the 4, which makes that the 4. We suddenly accidentally started doing a Sudoku puzzle without looking at it. So this is not a 1 or a 3, so it's a 7, and that's a 5, by the way, just by consequence of our Sudokuing. So these have become blue. I think I can lose that now. These are not 7 or 6. So therefore this is a 6. Right? Yeah, this is a 6. So this is a 1. And so one of these two is a 0. I don't know which one yet, but that 1 looks down and makes that a 3, which I guess was also being looked at from over there, but we don't talk about it. This cell is a 7 or an 8. This being a 5 actually tells me what happens to the loop if I pay attention. It's a blue. There's a lot of rules in this puzzle. Don't criticize, or don't look at any of the puzzles that I have published recently in context of me saying this puzzle has a lot of rules, by the way. This will be a 0 and a 4. These will be a 2 and a 3. I'm being told 7 doesn't go next to 3 somewhere. That's a good note for the future. This is not a 0, so this is a 1, 2, or 3 for what it's worth. Okay, let's look at some color scanning. I think I can get rid of these X's now. I think they're probably not doing much good for me anymore. This is only a 2 or a 3. No, this is only a 2 or a 4, unfortunately, by the column. This is a 7 or an 8 only, just by pencil markitude. This is not a 5, or it could be a 6. It's not a 7. It could be an 8. This is a 6 or an 8 only. If this were a 6, it would make that a 1. In fact, actually, sorry, these are a pair. These are a 1-2 pair, in fact. Yeah, what is this? This is a 6, 7, or 8, and it's not a 6. Okay, yeah, so the question is, where does the 6 go in this row? 6 can't go there, 6 can't go there, 6 goes here, which makes that a 1 and makes that a 2. Which makes this the other 7, 8 for the row. This 3 can't go next to a 7. I bet that was the 3 that was next to a 7 before that people were talking about. This 3 can't go next to a 6 even. It's a very selfish 3. This 3 can't go next to 2 8s. That is illegal in this particular puzzle. I'll let you deduce why. So that's a 9, which makes that a 6. Which makes these a 0 and a 1, and I actually know the order. That's 0, that's the 1. So let's see. So what do I have left in this box? 3, 4, and 9. No help. These are a 0 and a 1 just by the row. And this is a 6 by the row, somewhat tragically. So this is a 2, 3, or 4. This is not 5, 6, or 7, so this is only 8 or 9. Let's see. That 8 looks up, making that a 9 and that an 8. That being an 8 makes this not a 4, so that's a 2 or a 3. This cell is not 5, 6, 8, or 9, so this cell is a naked 7 now. So it goes next to a 0, 1, or 2, but that's already a 0, so this can only be a 1 or a 2. I'm being told there are 9 5s in the grid. That is correct, so this has become a 5 now. So now the only way that works is if this goes straight across, because now I need to visit 5 cells, so I go... and now the loop is done. We can orange this, and we can get a little loop dance. Oh no, there's another loop piece. Gosh darn it. No! Premature loop dance! If you have problems with premature loop dances, consult your doctor. Anyway, let's see. Okay, so we have a 1, 2, 3 triple. So this seems to be a 4. No, sorry. I was going to say, so this seems to be a 4, but that's not the right thing. This seems to be a 6. So that's a 1. So that is no longer a 1. 7 doesn't go next to 3 anymore. So that's a 2 and a 3 and a 2. So that 2 looks over and gives me a 3 and a 2, which gives me a 3 and a 2. And now we can with apologies to Zach, we can now finish the loop. Because the 7 can't go through the 3. We can get rid of all of our loop helper stuff, just for sanitation. This 1 looks up and makes that a 0 and a 1. This 3 looks down and makes that a 2. That looks over and makes that a 4, which makes that a 3 and a 4. That something looks something. That 1 looks down, making that a 0 and a 1. This has become orange, by the way. That seems important to mark. Let's see. This column still needs a 7 or an 8 in it. Sure does. This column still needs a 2 in it. That 2 is placed because it can't go there. So the 2 is there. And so this is the 7 or 8, and it's not a 7, it's an 8. So I suspect that is going to be what does the rest of the Sudoku logicalness of the puzzle. So that now can't be orange because it sees every orange. So that is blue. And so this can only be a 3 or a 4. One of these two is the 9. That 0 looks up and makes that a 4 and a 0 for whatever that's worth. That 4 looks down and makes that not a 4. I realize I don't have Sven on, which is probably part of why this is tricky. Check pencil marks. Where is my check thing where it says it's off? Conflict checker, there we go, on. There we go, back. Okay, so if I turn conflict checker on, it does indeed tell me what I am missing. I had not realized it was not on until recently. And by until recently, I mean until I just turned it on just a second ago. So this is blue. So therefore, that's the orange for the column. And it seems to be the orange of 7-ness. This is the other orange for the row. It is an 8 or a 9, but it's not an 8. So that's a 9, and that's an 8. So this has become blue. So this has become the last orange for the bottom row. Like that, making that a 3. This should be of known color. I believe it is orange. And known value, I believe it's a 7. So that has made this blue. This column has made this blue. This box has now made this orange. As an orange, this takes the value of 9. As a blue, this takes the value of 4. As a blue, this takes the value of 2. The bet tree would seem to be blue. And congratulations to MicroStudy, the betting tree is a 0. Congratulations to all the 0 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. I know it doesn't come up very often, so we are very, very proud of MicroStudy for guessing correctly how this would turn out. So thank you all. That was delightful, Math Pesto. Look, MicroStudy bet 0 on every single puzzle we do. We have to give it to him every now and then. Rangsk, we emphatically did use the global checkerboard thing to make this work. So yeah, so that was a key part. This is a very cool puzzle, Math Pesto. This is one of my favorite Math Pesto puzzles that I have done. I do like Country Road more than I think most people. I think Country Road is one of the less common or one of the less popular pencil puzzle genres. There is that Fistamafel Country Road hybrid that will always sort of stay in my mind as well. I do have like part of a build your own Country Road 10 lines puzzle to release at some point after I figure it out. But I have to figure out my ridiculous U-Bahn type puzzle first. I think after multiple days of work, I got the example puzzle working, because the example puzzle had a significant error for a bit there. All right. I am going to go find another puzzle and take a short break. I believe I'm going to go on a Renban rescue mission, try and save some of the Renbans from Tristan, but we will see. I will be back. I don't know what I'll be back with, but I'll be back with something very shortly. Talk to you all very shortly. Alrighty, welcome back, everyone. Next up, we have this puzzle by Florian Wortmann. Please don't tell me did I paste the wrong link? I might have pasted the wrong link. It's not the same puzzle. Okay, 1 second. Tristan's gone for a second, so I have to paste the link myself, and I already did it wrong. 1 second. Did I get it right that time? Did I successfully find the correct thing? I'm looking forward to the discussion later when Tristan asks me what I should record as the final digit entered in the last puzzle, or as the betting tree value in the last puzzle. But we will see later when he reviews the footage. Alrighty. So let's have a look at this puzzle, which is the puzzle I was trying to give you, which is this puzzle, 23 Renban by Florian Wortmann. So this is, I believe, just a straight Renban puzzle. And so the way Renban work is that they have to contain a string of consecutive digits. So, for example, they could contain 4, 3, 2, 1. That would be a string of consecutive digits. But those digits don't have to be in any particular order, so I could go 4, 3, 2, 5, or 2, 3, 4, 5, or 2, 3, 2, 5, 3, 4, whatever. Yes, we do have the stutter. That is very exciting. So welcome, Florian. Yes, Florian, do you have any betting tree suggestions? Yeah, how many Renban lines are there in distinction? I think my puzzle distinction has, let's see, it's like 8 plus 7 plus 6, I think, however many that is. I think that's the number of Renban that it has. Something like 20 Renban. All right, so row 1, column 1. Let us go with row 1, column 1. Place your bets now. People in chat may let what happened in the last puzzle inform their betting choices this time. We shall see. So let us see. Jay Dyer is learning from last time, I see. So one thing I see is that all of these giant lines must contain a 4, 5, and 6. You can't make a length 6 Renban without a 4, 5, or 6. And so these cells, I'm going to shade them to indicate that I know these are not 4, 5, and 6, because they see the 4, 5, and 6 on this. And likewise, those aren't 4, 5, and 6, because they see the 4, 5, and 6 on this. And likewise, these. And in fact, actually, very usefully, likewise, these, because now the 4, 5, and 6 are actually here, and so we can make these a 4, 5, 6 triple like that. And in fact, now for the column, these are a 4, 5, 6 triple, because the column needs a 4, 5, 6. So we've got that going on like that. So of course, none of these are 4, 5, 6. Of course, none of these are 4, 5, 6. And so now, where do the 4, 5, 6 go in this box? They have to go here. By the way, I didn't actually say out loud why. These can't be 4, 5, and 6 because there's already a 4, 5, 6 on this Renban, and I can't repeat digits on a Renban. So 2 of my 4, 5, and 6 are down here, for whatever that is worth. 2 of my 4, 5, and 6 are up here. I know there's at least one 4, 5, 6 on this Renban, but I don't know. By the way, 2 and 3 are also famously not 4, 5, and 6, if you are curious. So these are 4, 5, 6s. Because I know that... No, sorry, I miscounted. There's one of these two is a 4, 5, 6. That's what's going on in box 5. Okay. I was thinking I could do more coloring, but I might have to actually think about stuff like the fact that this is a 4 or 6, and this is a 3 or 7. Because this can't be a 5, and so therefore... Oh, no, I was right. I was completely right. Yes, okay, yes, sorry, I was right. There are 2 yellows on here, including a 5. And therefore there's 1 yellow here, so there's 2 yellows in these 2 cells, and, well, it's both of them. So these are both yellow. That is the point. This yellow's up here. So one of them is 5. I can mark. I was debating just how much I wanted to mark that, but I guess I wanted to mark it enough because it let me color something, and I figure anytime I'm coloring, it means I'm succeeding, almost by definition. So a similar thing happens down here, but it's not quite as good because the 2 of these are yellow, and therefore 2 of these 3 are yellow. But I don't think I know exactly how that's going to work yet. If this was a 5, one of these 2 would also have to be yellow because I can't get from 5 to something without another yellow. This is interesting, but don't quite know yet. So Alima would like to begin the Xing and Oing by noting that those 2 are the same digit, which is true. Let's see. So these digits are a little bit interesting because they're not from 4, 5, 6, and they don't include a 2. So therefore, these can only be from 7, 8, 9, because what else are they going to be? So these digits are from 7, 8, 9, so they definitely include an 8 up there. So circle is not 8 because it sees both places for 8 in box 3. Let's see. So that's what the 2 is doing. What is the 3 doing? But my circular proof was much more elegant, don't you think, Rangsk? So is the question about where 3 goes in this row? Is the question about where these 3 digits go in this row? Okay. Yes, okay. So where do these 3 digits go? This is going to be a weird deduction, but let's go with it. Where do these 3 digits go in row 6? Well, they definitely go down here. So none of them are 3, none of these are 3, and so therefore one of these 2 cells is definitely a 3. And now whichever of them is a 3, it means that one of these is 3, 2, 1. So one of these 2 things is 3, 2, 1, and one of them is 7, 8, 9. I guess I should have known that before if I'd have thought about it. Right, because there's got to be a 1 in here somewhere. Right, there's got to be both a 1 and a 9 in these gray cells. So, of course, one of them is 1, 2, 3, and one of them is 7, 8, 9. But whatever, we'll make do. If this one was 7, 8, 9, it would push 2 of 7, 8, and 9 over here. Yep, Kodak is suggesting replacing the gray with an unknown high and low. So I think it might be good. It might be a good practice to sort of subcolor the grays. So we're going to make one of the 2 subcolorings green and the other one purple. And so these are all green. So therefore these are all purple. So we've got that at least. And these are either both green or both purple. And these are either both green or both purple. And it's the opposite. Okay, so these three are these three, which is very interesting. These three are these three. I'm being told the yellow can be placed in box 5. I'm not sure I quite see that yet. I know this is one of these. 2 purples in box 3. Yes, Jimmy, it's low, medium, and high. We just don't know which is low and which is high. We know which is medium. Yeah, I think there's sort of 2 cases on what happens with the purples, Ace of Spades. Yeah, we sadly do not yet know which is which. Yeah, we do know because of what Jimmy says and because of what I said, we know that there's no 1-9 on this Renban because these 3 digits go here, which means that this has both a yellow and a purple on it. So there's no 1-9 anywhere on here. So where are the 1 and the 9 in this row is an interesting question to ask. So one of them has to go on one of these. Maybe they both go on these, which would be interesting, but I don't know. Certainly there's like 1-9 down here somewhere. Oh, right. This is on the Renban. Right. Right. These 3 digits, that's how we started this argument. These 3 digits are here. So, therefore, because there's no 1-9 on this Renban, there's no 1-9 there. So there's a 1-9 here, and a 2-8 here. And this is a 1-9 and a 2-8 going on there. So we've got that. Which is interesting. Oh no, Rangsk. Usually in my experience, people who've already solved it are usually not that shy about helping anyway. Okay, so there's a similar thing going on with this Renban, where these 3 need to go down here. So this Renban also does not have any 1-9s on it. And so, I know one of these isn't 1-9, so I know there's a 1-9 over here, but I haven't quite yet fixed it. So the question is then, where is this 1-9 in box 5? And so I just said it's not there. It's not yellow. It's not a 3. It's not a 2-8, and it's not in the same column. So this is that 1-9. This 1-9 is the same as that 1-9. And now where's the other 1-9 in this? It's not yellow, so the other 1-9 is here. Good. Okay. I keep thinking about the yellow 1-9 and then having problems with the yellow 1-9 because there isn't a yellow 1-9. I do, in fact, I mean, I guess I in lots of ways know there's a 3 down here, but there's a 3 down here. Let's see. That 1-9 is in one of these two cells. And, this 1-9, where does it go in this box? This 1-9 in this box goes in one of those two cells. Where does it go in this box? It goes in one of these 3 cells. So where does it go in box 9? It goes exactly here. I think this 1-9 is the purple 1-9, right? Do people believe that? People don't believe that? Oh, right, it's here. Darn it. Darn it, darn it, darn it. People do not believe that. It's right. It's on the 1-9. Darn it. It would have been much cooler. It could still be the purple 1-9. This could be a purple 1-9. You don't know. Let's see. So that tragedy out of the way. Let us look elsewhere. So Jay Dyer has a good point that we know the 1 in box 6 is not in the row with a 1-9 pair, and it's not in the row with a 3 either, because I actually remember that one of these is 1, 2, 3. So one of these is definitely a 1. And therefore one of all of these is a 1. And that can't be the 1, because if this was a 1, I'd need to put a 2 on this Renban, and I very cleverly can't. So the 1 is here with a 2, and that's going to give me a digit dance. Because of Sven. So that's going to be the 1. And we're going to bring out our digit dancing penguin. Ba-do-ba-do, woo! Ba-do-ba-do, boo! Ba-do-ba-do, ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba, boo! Ba-da-ba-ba, boo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. So that's the 1. That's the 2. One of these is a 3. Now, I think I knew there had to be a yellow cell in one of these 3. Let me double check that I believe that. Yes, there's only 1 yellow in these cells because there's 2 yellows down here. So only one of these 3 cells is yellow. And it's now definitely up here because I need a third. No, darn it. No, my counting is wrong. Sorry, I'm counting wrong again. I want that to be yellow, but I don't think I know that it is. But this does just outright... Oh, no, it does not place 2 in this box. Oh, yeah, okay. So now the question is, okay, so let's do it the smart way. Do 2 in box 6 first. Because remember, we know there's a 3, a 1 along here, and then so therefore one of these is a 2. And therefore, because of that, that's an 8, and that's a 9, and that's a 1 and a 9. And so, therefore, this is not 8 or 9. This is not 1 or 2. What? That's not how that works. That's not how any of this works. This is 1 or 2, so therefore this is also 1 or 2. Let's try it that way. Yes, your Renbans, you always on your Renbans have to make sure you have a 1, 2, and an 8, 9. That is a very important aspect of getting your Renban puzzles right in certain Renban puzzles. Yes, the classic German Renban whisper. Well, lately someone keeps stealing all of my Renban puzzles, so I haven't gotten to do as many. So I think we know who's responsible. So the 9 ends up here somewhere. I'm being told I can place circle in box 5. I still don't know about this, about where the yellow is. I think people in chat understand where the yellow is. Yeah, the question is where are 8 and 9 in this row? That's the question. Because 8 and 9 in this row have to go somewhere. Not in the box with an 8, 9, not on top of a yellow. They're not 1 and 2. And so this digit's always an 8, 9, and one of these that's not a 3 is also an 8, 9. So that is, in fact, a 3, 8, 9 triple. And so, therefore, the 7 in this row is, in fact, on this Renban. So there's a 7 up here, and oh, right, and a yellow. There's a 7 and a yellow, because where is the other yellow in the row? We now only have one spot for it, which is here. So this is a 7 yellow pair. This cell's not yellow. That is my, so that's my 7 yellow pair, and so therefore, as Rangsk says, I can now place circle over here. So that's circle. There's a circle down there. So if this is a 9, then these become 8, 7, 6. And so these become 6, 7 exactly, looking at an 8, 9 over here exactly, which is an interesting particularity. Let's see. Is this cell a 2? Or does this Renban have a 2 on it? Oh, well, the Renban definitely has a 2 on it. It's no longer in dispute whether the Renban has a 2 in it. So the Renban has a 2. Ah, right, the Renban has a 2. Right, 2 is just placed here. I don't even have to think about the Renban at all. Just literally there are 2s looking at this and 2s looking at this, and yellows aren't 2s. So that's a 2. You may argue that I have done that in an excessively convoluted way, but if you would argue that, welcome to the channel. So yeah, so the Renban is 2 through 7. So there is a 3 down here for sure. There are 2 4, 5, 6s down here, I guess. So this is 3, 4, 5, 6, giving me a quad, which makes these a 2, 7 pair. Just for posterity. We'll say that that's what that word means. Just pretend. The fact that this 2, 7 is looking at a 3, 7 is kind of interesting, but we won't dwell on it for now. So something about 1, 8, 9. Oh, is the question whether I can put an 8, 9 here? And the answer is no, because I'd have to put an 8, 9 connecting to a yellow, and an 8, 9 connecting to a yellow. Well, I could do 8, 7, 6, right? I think I could have an 8, 9 on here. I think that would be acceptable. Oh, right. I have to put 1 of 7, 8, 9 here is the point. 1 of 7, 8, 9 has to go in here because I have to put 2 7, 8, 9s in here. And so, therefore, this isn't a 4, it's a 5 or a 6. So, there are 2 universes. Either circle is not 5 or circle is not 6. We can prove that now. Right, okay, so the point is, Rangsk's point is, these digits are only from 189, because we've used the 7, we've used the 3, one of these is a 1, the only thing left is a single 8, 9, so we have that going on here. So if these are 8, 9, then we get like 8, 9 down here or something. Yeah, but then, Gary, and every time I put another yellow in the grid, then I have to pencil mark it as 4, 5, 6 as well, which seems like a lot to commit to. But I will do it for you. I seem to recall there's one we knew wasn't 5. Let's see. So the 1, 2s in this box are again either there or there. If these are 1, 2, those are 1, 2. This is not a 5 because it connects to a 3, 7. That was the point. So yeah, so these are either 1, 2, or 8, 9. I guess. It's not the coloring that I said I guess about. It's filling in candidates in the colors that I said I was uncertain about. Right. We know there's a 7, 8, 9 on here. 7, 6, 5 would still not get me down to a 4. So this is a 5 or a 6. These are gray. That's gray. I should probably continue my graying. Okay. Jimmy says, so there has to be a 7 here, which is correct, because even if I put the 8, 9er here, there's always a 7. And I know that these are all high, so 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 are the only things that can possibly go on here. These aren't 8. That's not 9. So this is only 5, 6, or 7. I'm checking if this being 9 breaks. Because if this is 9, these are 8 and 7. I'm asking myself now where 1 and 3 are going in this row. And what happens if neither of them is there, which is that 1 and 3 go exactly there, and we know exactly the order that they go in. In fact, actually, funny deduction, we know 3 is in one of these two cells in this row because 3 points up there. So one of these two is a 3. Now, this can't be a 3, 2, 1 Renban because there's a 2, 1 looking at it. So if this is a 3, one of these two is a 4. It could go 3, 4, 2, for example. That is one option available to us. Let's see. Corner mark 8 in column 4. Right. Neither of these is an 8, so one of these two is an 8, is chat's point. One of these two cells is an 8. So those aren't 8. I sadly don't know if that's 8. So this cell is never 8. I think this cell's 5, 6, or 7, but that seems like I'm letting myself get too much in the weeds if I pencil mark that. 2 in box 7 is in one of these two spots, Rangsk points out. That seems useful. So there needs to be another 1, 2 in column 5, which is pretty interesting. Can't go in any of these places. I mean, one of them is there, but the other one's up here. If I put it here, then it has to be exactly a 2 with a 4 and a 3. That's the only way I think it works. This can't be a 1. Actually, maybe it could be a 1 with a 3 and a 2. That might work. But anyway, but putting it there is really difficult. Let's see. Garion says row 9, column 3. If this was a 2, we would rule 2 out of box 7. No, we'd rule 1 out of box 7. Ah, okay, right. So if this is a 2, then I would rule 1 out of everywhere. Wow, that's really clever. So if this is a 2, I can no longer put 1 on this Renban because Renban stuff. I can't put 1 on this Renban because Renban stuff. And in fact, I can't put 1 on this stuff because there's a 1 pencil mark. So that's never a 2. So always, this is a 2. Very nice spot there. So that is a 2. So these digits are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Always. Those are not 1. And we know that these cells which see this entire Renban can't be 2, 3, or 4. And they can't be 1 either except for that one maybe. So these digits are at least 5. Like that. This digit I know is up here. For whatever that is worth. Probably not a whole lot. Garion with a good point that I can mark that I know one of these two is a 3, because again, one of green and purple is 1, 2, 3, and one is 7, 8, 9. So there's a 3 there. Now neither of those is a 2, so now one of these is a 2, and one of these is a 1. So therefore that's not a 1. And therefore this is a 3, 4, 5 triple, so now these aren't 5. So that was very helpful. This is very interesting. Right. And so now the question is, where do 1 and 9 go in this box? In particular, where does 1 go? 1 only goes here. But once 1 has gone there, now where does 9 go? Now 9 goes on this, so this is now an 8, 9. And so these are a 2 and a 7, actually. We now know. Just because of the way that this has gone. One of these is a 7, 8, 9, but it's not an 8 or a 9, so one of these is a 7. Therefore, right. There we go. Rangsk has it. The point is, now green can't be high, because if green was high, both of these digits would be 7. That is very cool. Okay. Well spotted, Rangsk, by the way. So now green is blue. And purple is orange. That was sweet. Okay, so now we can go ahead and ungray those and blue them. We can blue these. We can orange these. And then fill in 3, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 7, 8, 9. Like that. Okay, so that 3 went with a 4, just for the record. So we suddenly have many digits. It's not our first digit of the puzzle, though. We did do our digit dance earlier. We're just now getting a bunch more digits. Oh, this is just a 7. 3 and 1. Not a 4. Not a 4. So there's a 5, 6 pair. So these are a 4, 7. These aren't well, they are 3, but not up there. So we've got all of that going on. These are orange as well, while we are at it. These cells, well, only one of them can be yellow because they see a 4 or 5 pair. So the only yellow that can go in any of these cells is a 6, possibly. Okay. I can't fit a 4 on here anymore, because if I try and put a 4 on here, I have a 4 and a 7, and I need a 5 and a 6 to connect them. So 4 actually now in this row is actually here. And so I know what these actually are. It includes no yellows, so this is a 6 and a 7, 8. So that is a 5 and a 5 and a 6, and circle is 5. These aren't 5. That's not a 7. Good, good. These are orange, by the way. I missed out on the opportunity to orange them before. In fact, actually, now these two are a 1-2 pair. I should mark. And just note that for the future. This is not a 5 anymore. That's not a 6 anymore, is interesting. This is orange. Just for orange reasons. Still just barely works if this is a 3. I would like it to someday not work. That's a 9 and an 8, so that's an 8. Like that. This has become a 9 now, which has made both of these orange. No, that's not true. Sorry, which has made this a 7. Sorry, I got distracted for a second and thought about the wrong thing. This is yellow. This is orange. This is orange and is an 8. So that's a 7 and an 8 and a 9 and an 8. That is not a 6. That's not a 4. Now this can't be a 9 anymore, because if this was a 9, I'd need to put a 7 on it, and I can't. So that's now the 9. These are a 3-7 pair, by the way. So now this row, I should just go ahead and mark. It is 4, 6, 7. Sure. Okay, so what are these cells then? They are not 4, 6, or 7. So therefore, if we believe Sven now, we've got a 4, 6, 7 triple up here. So that's not a 4. These are a 3, 5 pair. This is a 4. This is a 3. And now we've used the 6, so this is a 5. And this is an 8. And these are something. They seem to be a 7 and a 6. Making this a 4 and a 7. Making this a 4 and a 6. Okay. Hopefully 3, 5, 8, 4, 6, 7 is a valid Renban. Someone in chat will tell me if it's not. So we can mark up this box. So these are a 3-5 pair. This is a 1 or a 2. Okay, so this being a 1 or a 2 tells me that this is a 3, because it can't be a 5. 2, 3, 4, 5 is too far apart. So this is the 3. So this isn't the 3, but not in the way that so it is not a 3, or it is a 3 or whatever in the way I wasn't expecting. Oh, wow. Yeah, Florian was expecting us to subcolor. We subcolored the 4, 5, 6 just a tiny, tiny bit. But I don't think we ever used it, actually. I mean, not that I would complain if I had to subcolor some stuff, but I think we got away without using it, I think, in any meaningful way. So this can't be blue, so it must be yellow and can only be a 4, which makes that a 2, which makes that a blue. Makes that a 5 and a 1 and a 2 and a 4. Yeah, I did subcolor that with the circle, but I don't think I actually used it for any deductions. But maybe I did use it for a key deduction and just wasn't paying close enough attention. So 3, 5, 6. Funnily enough, the break-in here is something I was actually considering verbatim for a puzzle the other day. Maybe I could do a Renban with a bunch of length 6 Renbans where you have to color what is and isn't 4, 5, 6. I was actually considering exactly that the other day, but now I don't have to make it because it's already been made excellently. As always, by Florian. This has been excellent. Oops. There's a 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's see. Yellow is a 5. Let's go ahead and mark these up so we can color them. So that is a blue and an orange, and a yellow. 1, 7, 6. And there we go for an orange here at the very end. And let's see what it is. It looks like it is a 9. Congratulations to all the 9 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. I was really close to finding that it was an 8 for Rangsk, but 9 wins so rarely. I could not do the bit to the 9 bettors out there. The 9 bettors out there are hardcore enough. They deserve their wins. But don't worry, Rangsk. Next time it's going to be a 2. I'll get you. Jay goes in for the memes and bets for 0, and then it turns out being a 9. Alas, life isn't fair sometimes. It's sad but true. Alrighty. Excellent puzzle, Florian. I really enjoyed that. I am going to take a very quick break, but I will be back with another puzzle, so fear not. We will be back shortly. Hello again, everyone. Rangsk is in the house as well, and Naverio. Naverio is joining us on stream on Sunday, so look forward to special guest appearance by Naverio. I'm looking forward. I saw that Rangsk did my Philomeno puzzle last night. I haven't got to watch it yet. I might watch it at the end of stream. I might watch it on stream because we did that last time and I had fun with it. So I'm curious to see what that solve was like. Next up, we have this puzzle from stream regular DJV. So we have I believe a bunch of normal rules. So we have arrows that sum to stuff. We have purple Renban like before. We have white dots separating consecutive stuff. So they're like degenerate Renban, if you will. And then we have black dots, which represent a 1-to-2 ratio. Oh, DJV contributes to Sudoku Adventures? That's cool. So we've got all of that. And so, has anyone done this who could provide a bet tree while I explain that arrows sum to 6, 7, 8, or 9 always? So the thing about arrows is they always sum to 6, 7, 8, or 9. That's just one of the rules. Technically, they have to be length 3, and the cells have to all sum to see each other for that to be true. But basically, if you just fill 6, 7, 8, 9 into arrow circles, you can't go that wrong. So we've got some restrictions here. So, for example, this one has a black dot under it. Okay, I've been dared to put a bet tree here. So if it ends poorly, I will fill a 0 into it at the end. We'll say it that way. So this digit is probably unlikely to be a 7 or a 9, because I would need to put a 14 on the arrow or an 18, and 14 or 18 are bigger than 7 or 9. So that does not quite work. So we've got that. And so there's definitely a 1 on this arrow, we should note. Now, this is not the 1, because that would put a 2 on a length 4 Renban, with a 6 or an 8. And 6, 5, 4, 3 is the lowest you could ever go. So there's no 1. In fact, actually, let's just record for the future that these cells are all part of a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 septuple that is waiting to happen. Therefore, this digit actually can't even be as low as 3. This one actually can only be as high as, or this one's already as high as 4. So we've already got a good deal of pencil marks sort of floating around all over the grid. So this is, of course, 3 or 4. Because of the ratio etude. Now, we've already said this can't be a 2. So this is 3, 4, or 5. I was waiting to see who would point out that this couldn't be a 9. It was Rangsk. So we know that there is a 4 on one of these. So if this is a 3, 3 seems hard because it would need to be 6, 3. No, sorry. Oh no, 3 is just impossible because the only way this digit's a 3 is if this digit's an 8. Because if this is a 6, that one's a 3. So if this is an 8, that's a 4, and this is a 3. Now I have to shove 7, 6, 5, 4 in these two cells. So this is never a 3 for sure. Just for clarity. So this is either a 6 and a 3 with a 4 and a 2 and a 1. Oh, that doesn't work for a hilarious reason. No, I'm wrong. Sorry, I'm wrong. The 4 doesn't see this. I thought it was going to break every option for this black dot, but that's not how it works. I wanted to investigate the 8 case, so 8, 4, 5. That would make these a 6, 7 pair, interestingly enough. So there's two universes. These are either a 6, 7 pair, if this is an 8, or this is a 6, or I guess then one of them's a 5. There's a little more optionality. Oh, it's 8. It's 8 that breaks the Kropke. If this is 8, 4, it's 8, 4, 3, 1. And now there's no way that you can make a black dot. So I saw the black dot breaking, but I saw it the wrong way. But yeah, so if this is an 8, then that's a 4. So now the only sort of normal black dot ratio I could make is 1, 2, except there's a 1. And then you could think, oh, you could make the weirdo 1 of 3, 6. But you can't make the weirdo 1 of 3, 6 because you have to put a 3 here in order that this adds to 8. So in fact, this is a 6. And we can bring out Zach for the patented 6y dance. Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. So that being a 6 makes that a 3, which makes that a 4. Makes these a 1, 2 pair. Makes these a 4, 8 pair. Makes that not a 6. In fact, it's got to be odd because this is even. So it's a 7 or a 9. And now I have to decide which of 7 and 9 is next to 4. And the answer is it's not either of them. So that's an 8 and a 4. Now, one of these two has to be a 5. And then the other is a 3 or a 7. So these digits are from 3, 5, 7. That one's not a 3. One of them is definitely a 5. So this digit's odd, so therefore this digit's even, so it's not 5, 7, and therefore this digit's odd, so it's not 4, 6, or 8. So we have that. 6 looks across here and says, you're not 6 either. So this is one of those things. So we've got all of that, and so now I suspect we need a 5 on this dot, or I don't think it's going to work. If neither of these is 5... No, it could be 7, 8, 9. It could be 7, 8, 9. Never mind, I'm wrong. So we've got that. So now, if this is a 9, that has to be an 8, because I need an 8 to go with it. And so then these would be a 6, 7 pair. Which I think is okay. I don't see anything immediately wrong with it. If this is a 7, then I don't need an 8 on here at all. And that seems okay. Now, funnily enough, my brain wants to think this is a tall cat puzzle and assume that this can't be a 6, but of course it can be a 6. This Kropke cluster looks like a bit of a mess, if I'm honest. People want me to look at it, though. It doesn't look like the sort of thing that I'm going to enjoy looking at, but let's try it. So we've got some odd even coloring like this. I guess the point is that now this needs to be either 1, 2, or 3, 6. Those are the only options. And probably one of those breaks immediately if I squint at it. So yeah, so 1, 2, so these are of opposite parities is what I did here. So this digit, let's see, what's the absolute least it could be? If this went, oh, maybe that's not a smart question. Can this really be a 1, 2 pair is, I guess, a question. So if this is a 1, that's a 2. And these are a 1, 3 pair. Which doesn't sound the best. Yeah, so if this is a 1 or a 2, these are a 1, 2 pair. Certainly it would be a 1 there and a 2 there. Oh, enjoy your dinner, DJV. So yeah, these would be a 1 and a 3. 3, 4, 5, 6. And these neither of these can be as low as 1 and 3. So this can't be a 1 or a 2. So let me go over that again because it was a little convoluted. If this is a 1 or a 2, these are a 1-2 pair. But now this can't be a 1, so it's a 2. But that makes these a 1 and a 3. But because this digit can't be a 6 anymore, I can't put a 3 on here. In fact, I could just take the 3 off if you want. Just to make it easier. I can't put a 3 on here at all, so that breaks. So these aren't 1, 2. They're therefore 3, 6, and I know the order, so that's 3 and that's 6. I claimed to know the order. That may have been a lie. So now these two cells need to be consecutive to each other and connect the 6 to the 3, so they're a 5 and a 4. And now I have to connect the 5 to either a 4 or a 6, but it had better be a 6, given what's in the box. So we get that. This is not a 3 or a 6. Okay, so we get all of that. We can get rid of the coloring now that we have that done. I know there's a 3 up here. Okay, well, this now has a 3 on it, so it's not a 7 arrow. So this is either a 1 or a 2, making that an 8 or a 9. If this is a 9, then we need an 8 and a 7 to go there and there. Which seems acceptable. Let's see. The absolute lowest number I could have on this is if I go 8, 7, 6, 5. So this is at least 5, but it's not 5 or 6. So this is always a 7, 8, 9 itself. Just for reference. So these can only be from 1 to 4, by the way, and definitely contain a 2. I certainly can't put 3, 6, or 4, 8 on here, so there's definitely a 2 involved. That's not a 4. And now I should ask myself about this, because this certainly can't be a 1. This is always a 2. And now this is a 1 or a 3. And so if this is a 3, then that has to be a 1, which would make this a 6. If this is a 1, then that has to be a 4, which would make this a 7. So I think this is always 6 or 7 based on... Oh, no, there's also the 9 option. It could also be 4, 3, 2. So this is 6, 7, or 9. That was not nearly as useful as I had fantasized about it being, I'll be honest. I had such high hopes, and they did not end well, we'll say. What's left in this column? That cannot possibly be an interesting question, can it? I don't think so. Let's see. Martin says this can't be a 5. 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't see why. Let's see. I mean, I know I've got a 3 in one of these two cells, but that doesn't seem very useful. I've got like all my 6s hanging out down here. There we go. Okay, that's a smart question. J40 asks, where did the orange cells go in this box? And if they are 1, 2, 3, the answer is the puzzle's broken because I can't put 1, 2, and 3 in this box. So therefore they can't be 1, 2, 3. So this is always a 4, which rules out the case that this is a 6. Very good spot to J40 there. And so this digit is a 1, 2, or a 3 always, because these two digits need to go in those two cells exactly. And in fact, this digit and this digit are the same, right? That's the point. These two digits are the same digit. So this digit's never an 8. So this can't be a 9 anymore. Because if this was a 9, I would need an 8 on this Renban, and there's nowhere, evidently, on this Renban that can be a 9. So in fact, this is an 8 with a 1. Making that not a 1. Now it's a 2, because of the orangeness. So that's the 2, and now that bounces back up, and because of the orangeness, now this is a 1, and that's a 7. And now that is a 1 and a 2. That was gorgeous. That was a lovely little flourish. That's a 9. Mark will tell me what these are. And what these are. Apparently, this is a 3, 7, 9 triple, and this one can only be a 9 of those. So that is a 9, a 7, a 3. 3 and 9 come out. 7 comes out of here, so this is now 5 or 9. Let's see, 3, 4, 5 is, I guess, still annoyingly possible. 9, 8, 7 is possible. Sad but true. We'll just mark up here and see if anything exciting happens. 7, 6, 5, 4. 4 is the lowest digit that is allowed to appear on this Renban in any instance. But now this Renban definitively has a number that's higher than 7 on it, and so 8, 7, 6, 5 is now the lowest, so this can't be that anymore. So this is now at least 5, actually. There needs to be a 6 on this Renban no matter what, and it can only go there. Because we seem to have magically ruled 6 out of every other place through some confluence of Sudokological nonsense. This is certainly not a 7, since there's already a 7 on the Renban, of course. Let's see. So now we need to make 9 and 3 without a 7. Anti-Knight probably has those combinations memorized. This needs an even digit. The only even digit available is a 2. So these are from 1, 2, 3. That one's not a 3. This is a 9, so that has become an 8. And so these are a 6, 7 pair, and so in fact they go in that order. That's not an 8, and that's not an 8. This can't be a 9, because then that would be a 5, so this is an 8. So that gets us all of those. Yeah, one of those is a 9. I don't know which yet. This can't be a 9, because there's nothing for it to be consecutive with, so it's a 5, and that's a 9. So that's a 6 and a 5, so that's a 4, and therefore this is a 3 in order to make white dots do white dot stuff. So that's a 7 and a 5. This needs to be a 5 in order to make Renban do Renban stuff. Hey, Kuraban, welcome. We are having a good day of puzzling so far. Let's mark this stuff. Yep, there's a straight up 1, 2, 3, 5 quad to hang out in the row. So this is not 1, 2, 3, or 5. In particular, it's not 1, 2, or 5. And so therefore this is 4 or 6, which means that this can't be 5 because that would sum to too much. So that's a 1, 2, 3 triple, and that's a 5. The corners did end up being a quad, that's true. So that's a 1, 3, 9 triple, and so that's a 5. That is some stuff. That is some more stuff, sure is. This is a 1, 2, 3 triple in the row, so that's a 9, and Mark knows what this digit is. It's a 5, so that's a 3 and a 1. So these are 2, 3, and 4 to add up to 9, so that's the 1. So that's the 2 and the 3. These are something, and these are something as well. So that's an 8 and a 6. That's a 4 and a 7. This is not 3 or 4. That's not 7. That's not 9. Let's see. Yeah, let's just paint it pencil mark. So that's a 2, 8, 9 triple. So that's a 7. So those are not 7. Let's see. That's a 7, 8, 9 triple. So that's a 4. So that's a 4. It'll work better if I fill in the digit I say out loud, at least most of the time. This seems to be the only place for 5 in this box. Is that true? Yes, that's the only place for 5. Let's see. Let's pencil the remainder. So that got us a lot. So that's a 3, a 6, a 2, a 3, a 7, a 1, a 7, a 2, a 3, an 8, a 9, a 2, a 9, a 4, an 8, a 1, a 7, an 8, a 9, a 1, a 9, a 9, an 8, a 2, a 1, a 6, and our betting tree is a 2. Congratulations to all the 2 bettors with a very 2 appropriate time, you will see, to match the 2. So congratulations to all the 2 bettors out there. I know you win all the time, so you're probably just bored by it by now, but congratulations. May all your betting tree wishes nevertheless come true, even if you bet the easy digit. Alrighty, let me take a quick break, and I will be back with another puzzle. So be back in a moment. All right, next up we are jumping on the 2023 puzzle bandwagon with a parody mirror puzzle. So in 2022 it was 159, in 2023 it was S-Cells and then Fog of War puzzles, and now in 2023, I think I got off by years. But anyway, this is the hotness. Is parody mirror puzzles. So we're going to do one. I've never actually done one before, but it's going to let me color some stuff, so that's really all I want. So here's what's going on. These lines are 10 lines, so they're just normal things. Jennifer, there is a tool from Chameleon. Tristan can post a link in the chat if he's listening that will let you get it if you're interested. But Chameleon added a thing to do that. That is very helpful. So I need to break these lines down into groups of digits that sum to 10. While simultaneously also making sure that every digit shares the parity with the digit of the cell reflected across the line. So for example, because this is odd, this digit is also odd. And that is that. So I know the total of this line. By the way, do you have a bet cell, Cogito, while I explain how mirrors work? I know the total of this line is even, because it's a multiple of 10. And I know the total of these cells is even because they're the same parity. And so therefore I know that this cell is even. It's a minor deduction, but I'll take it. And I can do exactly the same thing here. The total of these cells highlighted is even, and the total of the whole line is even, so therefore that's even. Again, the total of these cells is even, and the total of the whole line is even, so that's even. Row 1, column 2, it is. Ask and you shall receive. So the setter has proclaimed it, and so shall it be done, or something. So we've got all of those so far. Let us see. Okay, so this line I'm noticing reflects down here, which is maybe interesting. But I don't know how to make it interesting yet. It is true. I might as well just do regular 10-line stuff instead of a parity mirror stuff. The only thing this line can sum to is 30. Because if it sums to 40, then I need to break it down into 4 different groups that sum to 10, and I can't do that because every sum to 10 is at least n cells long, at least 2 cells long. So this is a 6, 7, 8, or 9, but then that's big because now I need these 2 digits to sum to at most 3, because this is certainly 1 sum to 10. This does not sum to 20. So this can't be an 8 or a 9. These are from 1, 2, 3. It's definitely the case that one of these is a 1. Because if neither of these was a 1, these would sum to 5, and that's already too many. So this is an 8 or a 9, for whatever that is worth. So if these are a 1, 3, then both of these are odd, but I don't see any reason to care about that yet. That I am aware of. So I maybe should not focus too much on that. I guess these digits already sum up to a minimum of 6. So either these already sum to 10, or that digit's small, but that's not immediately interesting to me. I mean, I feel like this is the break-in I'm supposed to see, but I don't see what I'm supposed to do with it yet. Let's see. So we've got... I don't know what Garian... Oh, it's the boxes because of the way that... Wait, what? Oh, right. So yeah, there's a parity line logic question that Garian is asking me, which is, can this digit be even? And the answer is no, this digit definitely can't be even. Sorry, I think the word diagonal, either I just missed. Oh, Garian said the parity line itself, yeah. If this is even, there's a huge problem, because then there's an even outside here, which then gets reflected somewhere, and that's never going to work. So this is always odd. Because of that. If these are both odd, that's also a problem, because then I would have 5 evens in the box again, and I cannot have 5 evens in the box. But if these are both even, it also breaks. So these are always an even-odd pair. I don't know if I really want to mark that, but I'm going to. Like that anyway. So let's see. So there's lots of odds floating around in here. These can't be an even-odd pair, can they? No, they could. They could be an even-odd pair. No, they can't. Haha! That's the point. These can't be an even-odd pair. Because if these were an even-odd pair, then they can't sum to 10. But these would also be an even-odd pair, and they couldn't sum to 10. And so my 10 line would, of necessity, involve 2 cells of length greater than 2, but that doesn't work if it's only 5. So all of these are odd, and these are even. That's the point. That's very cute. Chef's kiss for that to the Kajito. That is adorable. So we've got all of that, and so this is an odd sum to 10 that doesn't have a 9 in it, so it's 3, 7, and therefore these are 1, 9. That 1, 9 looks up here and says these aren't 1 or 9, and this isn't the 1. So we get our first digit, which is, that's the 1. Wait, what did I do? No, sorry, you're right. I suddenly got over enthusiastic. Right. One of them is length 3. I don't know which is of length 3, but one of them is of length 3. Row 8, column 8 is a 0. Congratulations, MicroStudy. You have won the episode again. Right. So I was thinking, so that sums to 10 and that sums to 10. So one of these sums to 10, and is either 3, 7 or 1, 9. It must be that this one is 3, 7, because otherwise why would the given 9 be there? But we don't actually formally know that yet because reasons. Now, I can go ahead and mark that I know that this is not an 8, so it's at most a 6. And it can't even be a 6, because if this was a 6, then it would go with a 1 and a 3, but then what's this going to be? That's not going to work. If this is a 4, then it would be going with a 1, 5, and then it would be 3, 7. If this is a 2, then it would be going with a 3, 5. And so the other would be... Wait, did I just say that every way I need to use a 3? No. Every way I need to use a 5. This digit's not a 5, for whatever it's worth. So by the same exact logic that we did, these 4 cells are all the same parity. And that parity is either even or odd. Because again, if these were mismatched in parity, they couldn't sum to 10, but then neither could these. So if there was any doubt that break-in that I found before was coincidental, there's now no doubt. So these are all the same parity. I don't know what that parity is, but we're going to make it yellow. So these are all even or all odd. What am I going to do with that? I do not know. I'm going to get out of the mode that lets me highlight stuff, though, because I hate that mode. Oh, the whole line could sum to 10. You're right. I think J40's right. I think the whole line could sum to 10. I think it's possible. The minimum sum of these is 6. 8. No, it can't. But it was a good point. The minimum sum of these two is 6 because of the 1, 2, 3 pencil marks. Plus 2 is 8, and then these can't sum to 2. So J40 has a good catch because I just was assuming a long 10 line had to sum to 20, but it does in fact have to sum to 20 now. One of the ways did involve a 9. It's the 2, 3, 5 way. If I make this as 2, 3, 5, then I need a 1, 9. But I do think I always need a 5 on here. I definitely need a 5 on here. So this digit's not a 5. In fact, actually, I can just do math, right? All the odds sum to... This is very dangerous. All of the odds sum to 25, right? Because 2, 4, 6, 8 is 20. Yeah, so all the odds sum to 25. This line sums to 20. So the sum here is either 25 plus 2 minus 25. 25 plus 2 minus 25. Wait, I'm doing this wrong. 25 plus 2 minus 20. Sorry, 25 plus 2 minus 20 would make this a 7. Or 25 plus 4 minus 20 would make this a 9. So this is always a 7 or a 9. We can just do by that math. Because the sum of all of these cells is either 25 plus 2 or 25 plus 4, and the sum of these 5 cells is always 20. And so there's some unknown mathematical relationship between these two, which someone could probably describe if they tried very hard. Like that their difference is 5 or something, maybe, who knows. Not I. This being a 7 would be interesting because it would rule out that being a 7. Which is maybe interesting. The fact that these being I guess one possibility that's interesting is if these two mismatch in parity, then these two mismatch in parity, and it means this whole line has to sum to 10. Now, there's nothing wrong with this length 4 line summing to 10 intrinsically. I'm just noting that if these aren't a 1-3 pair, then this line does sum to 10 exactly. Okay, so this was 7 when this was 2. And so we'd have 7, 2, 1, 9, and 3, 5. I don't think that's right, Doug. I think 7, 2, 1, 9, and 3, 5, I think works just fine. Unless there's a reason why it doesn't. Look at box 3. Oh, wow. That's convoluted. Yeah. So if this is a 7, so the point is if this is a 7, it makes that a 6, which makes this a 9. And then I now have 9s looking at that way. I'm glad the Cogito said that's not intended, because my immediate reaction was there's no way the Cogito put that step in a puzzle. If that was the intended spot, there's just no way. But I agree with it, and it's a very good spot. This being 7, I was sort of obsessively looking at this being 7 and how it interacted with this line. But people in chat noticed that this being 7 actually makes that 9 through a combination of things, and then that given 9 and that 9 then rule everything out of this. And so then the world goes a little wonky. I can probably almost say something meaningful about the parity of this cell using this giant B. Because the giant B I know has an even total. But that cell, I don't know what's going on with it. Because these two have the same total, so I can just clip that off. And so these cells, I know, have an even total. And so these cells have an even total. So I guess the conclusion is that these two have the same parity, but I don't know that that's something worth recording. It does not sound... Oh, okay, so maybe it is. Okay, so the point is I can then reflect it over down here to get that these have the same parity. Which unfortunately is, I think, useless. but we can try. Yeah, unfortunately, if these were opposite parity, it would be very useful. Oh, it does do something. It does do something, which is to tell me that these two now have to have the same parity. I don't know what that parity is. It might be yellow or green. Who knows? We can do that. Actually, I should not do it that way because I've used that to indicate the opposite thing. These are the same parity. I don't know what parity it is, but it means these two are the same parity, which means that they are a 1 and a 3, which means that that is a 6. And we get to pull out Zach's 6y dance. Woohoo! Hello, Zach. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated, as always. I'm glad to always have you on call. So now I know that these are orange. And so now I know that these are orange. That's a lot of oranges in row 7. I am noticing that's 4 oranges in row 7. These assuredly must be even. Because if they were odd, they would already sum to too much. So those are even, and these are even. And so now... Oh, and also 6 is even. And also that makes that even by mirror. So I think this is also only able to be 2 or 4. Because if this were a 6, it would have to go with something that summed to 4, and that's not possible anymore. So that gives me a 2-4 pair, which gives me the 8 and the 6 in this box. Gives me a 6 in one of these two cells. And that can't be a 6, because if that's a 6, these are both even, and they need to sum to 10 together, and that doesn't work. So that is a 6. Right. By magic, this is now a 9. And so now the 9 is by backwards logic placed down there. And now the 9 being placed down there now tells me how this worked out, because I think this had to be a 4, if I recall correctly, in order to make that work. Let's double check. Because these sum to now 29 minus 25 is 4. Yes, that's a 4. So that's a 4, that's a 2. Okay, and so one of these is an actual 3-7. And the other is a 1-5. So these are either 1-5 or 3-7. I don't know which is which yet. I'm scanning to see if one of these is like immediately interesting if it's that, but I don't think it is. Okay, so this cell can only be 2 or 6. That does give me a virtual 1-3 pair, Jay Dyer points out, because remember I said that this is either 1-5 or 3-7, so there's a 1-3 there and a 1-3 there, so this is never 1 or 3. By the way, that's all the oranges in this column. Let's do the easier thing. And then let's remember to mirror those. Oh, I see I've already forgotten to mirror something. I've already forgotten to mirror that 9 over to here. And that's all the odds for this row, so now that's even. Oh, that even I'd also already forgotten to mirror, I see. Excellent, excellent. So, got all of that going on. Okay, so these are a 4-8 pair. This could never be an 8. So that's a 4 and that's an 8. Because if this was an 8, I would need these two to sum to 2. which there's all sorts of problems with. Mixo points out that these are all odd, making that the 9 and these a 5-7 pair. Meaning that in the one of these, so this, remember, is either 3-7 or 1-5. So this is either 3 or 1, and this is 5 or 7 out of those. And there is a 1 or 3 up here. These two must be a 2-4 pair because they have to add to 10, and we know the order. So that's a 2 and a 4, making that a 6. Now the remaining even in this column is an 8, so that's odd because it sees every even, and so the reflection of that is over here, so that's odd. This cell can only, in fact, be an 8, actually, making that a 2, and now that's my 10-line division, so this is also a 10-line, so that's a 2, and that's an 8, and that's a 6, and that's a 4 or 8. Oh, and now I can orange the rest of this using either mirror or the fact that I put all the blue in this box now. Da-dee-dee-da-dee-da. I'm still trying to get a thing on for my board that will play the little bitty clip of that for the for my soundboard. Let's see. Okay, so one of these is a 9 for whatever that is worth. Let's see. There's a 2 somewhere in this column, I should note. There's a 4 somewhere in this column. So the 4 and the 5, together with the 1, are part of a 3-cell sum to 10. So there's lots of ways that you can think about this, but the 4 needs to be with the 4 needs to be with 2 digits that on this line sum to 10 because the 6 in the box is gone. But the 5 also can't be in a 2-cell 10 sum, and it's on the line too. But if you count the number of digits on the line, there's only 7 of them. So there's only one 3-cell sum. And that 3-cell sum must therefore include the 4 and the 5, and so it therefore also includes the 1. And so there's a 4-5-1 going on, and the rest of things involved are all dominoes. And so the 5 can't get to the 4 if it's over here. So this is actually the 7, and now the 7 and 8 don't go together, so that's the 3 and the 2, like that. So that's the 1 and the 3. We'll continue filling that in a second, and then these are 1, 4, 5. So that's the 5. These are the 1, 4. Let us parity color all of that stuff. Sweet stuff. Okay, so this is a 7 and a 3. These are the 3 and the 7. Yeah, I mean, chat was noting you just couldn't put an 8 with 2 1s, but I was about to fill in the entire box, so I just went ahead with my way that I was going to fill in the entire box rather than filling in one digit. But it was certainly, if you only wanted this digit, it was very easy to get this digit by just asking what was going on with the 8. So I probably should try and mirror this, and this is where the mirroring is going to go badly. So that, I think, goes here. Please correct me when I mirror this incorrectly. That, I think, is going to go like that. That doesn't look right. Is that right? Yes, I think that is right, actually. So I think that is fair. Okay, so if this is even, it's a 6, and that just does not work. Because if I make this a 6, then these two can't possibly sum to 10. So this becomes a 1 sum to 10, but then I have a 4-cell sum to 10 with a 6 in it. So this is never even. This is odd, is the upshot of all of that. And so that being odd reflects back up to here to make that being odd. So we have that again. And so now this has to be even in order that that this add to an even number. And so therefore we come back over here and get that that's even and that's odd. And so now we can sort out the 4 and the 1. In no universe is this a 5, because if this was a 5, I would have to either make a 2-cell sum to 10 with a 5, which isn't going to work, or make a 4-cell sum to 10 with a 5, which isn't going to work. So this is always a 1. Not both of them, only that one. That one's a 1 and that one's a 5. So now... this digit I just know. It's a 2. This digit is a 4 or an 8. 4 or 8, thank you. So this digit's either a 3 or a 9, depending on which thing is going on. We don't know which thing is going on, but depending on which of the two things, this is either a 3 or a 9. Let's see. So now the question is, can this still be a 1 sum to 10 line? And the answer is annoyingly yes, because it could be 1 and 5 with 1 and 3, and that would be perfectly okay. So we can't get more out of that at the moment, I don't think. Oh, of course it has to be 1/10 sum. Right, because of where the 5 is, right. I placed it here by noting that 5s and 2-cell sums are really difficult, but then I ignored the fact that I just put a 5 here. It has to be 1, because, I mean, certainly I could just do the easy thing. That can't possibly be the 9. That's the 9. But now these two can't possibly sum to 10. And so, in fact, all of these need to sum to 10, and the only way that works is with a 1 there and a 1-3 pair there, which mean that green is, in fact, orange. And so green over here is also orange by mirror. So that's a 1 and a 3, and a 9, and an 8, and a 4. Oh, it can be 1, it can be 1 plus... Wait, why did I think it couldn't be 1 plus 1? Wait. Sorry. It does have to be 1 sum, but I could do something like, I can't do 2 and 2. So I do need these to be odd, but I could do 5, 3, 1, 1 is the thing. Because if I put a 1 and a 1 here, that's totally okay. Without, I think so this is always a 1 or a 3. These are a 1 and a 3. That one's always a 1 just by Sudoku. So there's always a 1 up here in a dangerous area that we won't talk about. I've got all my odds in this column, so these are now even. And so let me reflect those. So for example, that one goes there. And then this is odd. Uh-oh. What did I do? I put too many evens in the column. I see. So my claim that I had all the odds was a lie. I only had 4 odds. I was having a hard time reconciling how that was going to work with this row where the parities were supposed to be the same, and suddenly there was a problem. But it all makes sense now. So either that's a 6 or that's a 6, and either that's an 8 or that's an 8. Right. Okay, Mixo has a good point. This can't possibly be an 8 because of the problem with the orphan 2. if this is an 8, it can't be part of a 10 sum. So this is the 8. And this is the orange. Good, good. So that being an 8 makes that the 6 and makes that orange. And so now I have all the oranges in this box. So these are both blue. So this is not 2 or 6. So this is 4 or 8. This is not 2 or 8. So this is 4 or 6. This being an 8 is not going to work. Because if this is an 8, it again would need to pair either with a 2 or with double 1, and neither works. So this is always a 4, so this is always a 6. The 6 can maybe take this cell, but it always takes that cell. They're always part of the same thing. This now sees every even digit. I saw that from Jay Dyer. So it's not even, it's odd. And this now is therefore the even. So that's the 8. In order to make that work. And so now, actually, my 6 is now definitely a 3-cell sum. Because it can't be 2 cells that way, and it can't be 2 cells this way because of that 4. And it can't take that cell. Oh, no, it could, because it could be 622. 622 is possible. And it's been suggested that perhaps I should mark this column. And so, in fact, if I mark that column, what I will discover is that this is a naked 1. Let me mark the rest of this box, just in case anything interesting happens. In particular, I know that there's a 1-3 pair in this column that I want to be cognizant of. This can't be a 7. Okay, so this was profitable. This can't be a 7, because if this is a 7, it has nothing it can pair with. So that is, in fact, a 3, which makes that a 1, which makes that a 3. Good thing that the Cogito caught us, because we did that wrong. So that makes that a 9, which makes that an 8, which makes that a 4. Makes that not a 3. Okay, these two must have a break between them because they sum to more than 10. So therefore, this needs to go with this, making it a 7 and a 3. Making this the version with the double 2 that we alluded to before, because it can't be a 1-3. Now this needs to be a 5 in order to work with those, so we can have sort of broken up our 10 line. Most of our 10 lines here weren't that complicated to break up, but we got that one. We got the one that was weird broken up. This seems to be a, let's see, Mark, help me, a 7. Let's mark those as well. So this is a 3 and an 8, making that an even and an odd. Those two go in these two, making that even and that odd. Let me pencil mark these various cells that are sort of hanging around that don't have a lot going on. So so that is a 3 and a 9 and a 1 and a 7 and a 5 and a 7 and a 3. And a 1 and a 5. And now this is blue and orange. Do you set with something special to let you do this, Cogito? Feel free to not reveal your secrets if you don't want to. I'm just curious if you can set these like as a human, or if you have to set these with a special solver that will do it. 6 and 7. And so we can put these in. And we are rewarded with many, many naked singles. So let us blue these. Okay, so you did not need a solver to make sure you didn't break the puzzle over and over again? Or did you break the puzzle a million times, but then eventually it worked? So that is orange. And it looks like it is the orange one. Congratulations to all the one betters out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Very nice puzzle, Kajito. I really liked that. I really liked the insight that these couldn't be mismatched parity. That was my favorite part of the puzzle, was that if these were mismatched parity, then even though the line added to an even sum, it could never be a 10 line. That was a really clever thing for you to observe and then sort of base the break-in around. I liked that a lot. Alrighty, let me pull up another puzzle, so I will be back shortly. Welcome back, where we have a kuraban puzzle. This is a kuraban quadruples puzzle with a lot of quadruples in it. I'm not sure I've ever seen so many quadruples in a grid before. But if you're not aware of kuraban series, kuraban has a series of puzzles that all feature a single constraint. And then they just use that constraint in some cool way. So here we have the version of that for quadruples. But I really recommend, there are a lot of very approachable puzzles in this collection, as well as one heinously difficult region sublines puzzle. But there are many, many approachable puzzles, and this is meant to be one of them. So we have this... I will do the latest Renban. I somehow came across this first before I came across that. So we will do this. I'm gonna guess you don't have a bet tree for a puzzle that I think you set 2 years ago. No, Tristan, no, why? Row 1, column 1. Okay, row 1, column 1. All right. So all a quadruple does is tell you some of the digits that appear in the 2x2 around the thing. So for example, there's a 5 and a 6 in these cells. And so basically what this is it's a 5-6 corner mark in those 4 cells. But if you look here closely, you realize that one of these cells is a 5 and one of these cells is a 5, but you only get one 5 in the box. And so therefore one of those cells has to be a 5. And I think we get to repeat this trick several times. So for example, there's a 3 in common between these, so one of these has to be a 3. There's a 2 in common between these, so one of these has to be a 2. There's a 7 in common between these, so one of these has to be a 7. There's a 6 in common between those, so one of those has to be a 6. Now, if I look down to this... never mind, I was looking at the wrong thing. I got overly optimistic. One of these is a 2 for that reason. Let's see. We've got similar things going on with 8s here. Similar things going on with 3s here. 2s looking up here. 7s here. 8s here. 5s here. These pencil marks are going to do literally no good whatsoever. But what I see now is one thing, while I'm just paying attention to it, I have 8s in this row looking over at that. Okay, so one of them did in fact do something, and we get to place an 8. And we get to bring out Zach for the 8 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doo! Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo! Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo! Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo! Ba-doop-ba-doo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Always appreciate a good 8 dance. So there is an 8 over here somewhere. Let's see. I'm trying to see other things that look at each other that could be useful immediately. There's some 8s pointing down box 3. Ah, yes, there are some 8s pointing down box 3. Good spot. One of these two has to be an 8, so that's not an 8, so that is an 8. And so one of all of these is an 8. 3 in box 1. Dog says, Jovi unwell, well, everything. Okay, so that 5, I'm just going to say looks over at this 5, and so puts a 5 down there. And so those 5s look over and place a 5 up here, but it's not there because of those 5s looking down. Let's see. We've got... Hey, Lolly Lover, welcome. This is a quadruple, so what this variant means is that in this 2x2, I need to put the digit 5 and the digit 6 somewhere. And so each of these is telling me 2 digits I must put in the surrounding 2x2. Let's see. 9 in row 4 must go on the 8-9 quad. Right. Okay, so that's the point. I know that the 9 in box 4 is in one of these cells, and I know that the 9 in box 6 is in one of these cells. So, therefore, the 9 on this quad can only go here. Quads are very good, it is true. Now, that does not seem to have done anything, if I'm honest, but it was cool, I liked it. Let's see, can we possibly do that again with some other pair of digits that might be useful? Yes, I'm very pro quad. We have these almost useful 3 4s. I guess we've got some 3s that would align, except it doesn't really do anything other than say there's a 3 in one of these cells, which I'm reluctant, I admit, to even corner mark. This one's not a 3, I guess I know, because there's some 3s looking down. There's some 5s here that tell me that those aren't 5s, so one of these two is a 5. I don't really want to pencil mark that across boxes unless it does something. The bottom right 3 4 looks at the other 2 3s in the row. Right. These 2 cells are 3s, and so those aren't 3s, and so what you're telling me is one of these 2 is a 3. Got it. Ah, and now that 3 looks over at that one, which tells me that, in fact, that's a 3. So that is very helpful. I mean, this is certainly not one of the harder puzzles we've done on the channel, at least so far. Although certainly I have done some quite difficult puzzles of this variety. Practically solves itself. Now, this might be more taxing on my brain than a lot of the puzzles. So the 4 on this 3-4 can't be on that side, so it's always on that side because of this over here. So does that 4 looking down do anything? It looks down over to here, so one of these is a 4. And now that tells me that one of these 18 cells is a 4, which I'm not sure if does anything. I don't think I've done an ice Sudoku. Also the 3. Ah, right. This 3-4 rules both. Okay, got it. Okay, so these are actually a 3-4 pair. So that's helpful. And so that means that now these are in fact a 3-4 pair. Okay, got it. We're getting a little bit of traction. And so that's the 2. That's the 4 and the 3. Okay, got it. So that's not a 3 anymore. We got a little bit of traction there. So now we know there's a 1 over here somewhere. Okay, so now these quads are just dead. One of these is a 9. I don't think... Oh, no, I do know. That one's not the 9. Where does the 9 go on this quad? Not in a box with an 8, 9, so that is a 9. Let's see. So that one's dead. That one's dead. We've got that. Okay, I know there's a 9 over in one of those cells, but I don't know quite what to do with that yet. Okay, I know I'm looking at this 5, 6 real quick, and I'm just noticing I know that digit's not a 5 or a 6. So I need to fit a 5 and a 6 in these cells. Is that at all useful? I know that one's not a 5. So I actually know one of these two is a 5. But I don't think that does a whole lot for me, unfortunately. Let's see. My 3's here. That felt like the thing I was supposed to be looking for, where I suddenly had like a lot of things happening at once. I'm probably looking for sort of repeated quads like that. I know this digit's not a 3 or a 4. So I know one of these two is a 3 or a 4. So actually, okay, that is actually useful. So let's look at this 3-4 quad. That can't be a 3 or a 4. So these 3 cells, they contain one of the 3-4s for this quad, as well as an 8. So these are a 3-4-8 quadruple. That one I know is not the 8 because of that. And now I bet that did something. It gave me a 3-4 pair in the row, of all things. So now the 4 on this 4-5 is up here somewhere. Good night, Kodek. Have a good nap. Oh, I have 3s looking down, so I know this is never a 3, additionally. Joined a little too late to catch the Be Right Back this time. In box 3, I can pencil mark 3s in the top row, right? Because these 3s align. So there's a 3 up here, and it's only in one of those 2 cells. So yeah, we've got 3, 7, and 8 up in these cells, so we're almost to our quad. I enjoy how everyone agrees that quadruples are underrated. There seems to be large support for this idea amongst, at least amongst Zeta viewers. One of these two is a 4. I don't think I know what to do with that yet. Let's see. So there's a 3 and a 4 in here. Okay, that might be useful. So just by pencil marks, there's a 3 and a 4 in these cells. And that's very potentially maybe interesting. Very potentially maybe. Not quite, though. Close. This 5, 6. That can't be 5 or 6, so if that's not 5 or 6, these are a 5, 6 pair. I don't think I know anything to do with that. Let's see. Sarah says 4s in one of those in row 7. Has to be 4s. What does that do in 4s in box 2 and 3? I admit I'm like scanning chat, and every time I try and read a sentence, my eyes glaze over, like that one. Because there's so many numbers floating around. 4s in one of those in row 7. Let me try and figure out what one of those in row 7 is. Oh no. Sarah retracts. 5s in row 2 and 3. Yeah, so 5s in row 2 and 3 are subsumed by these. So therefore this 4, 5 can't have a 5 on that side. So one of those is a 5, and there's a 5 up here. I'm going to guess is going to be Garian's point. So the 5 looks down here at all of these and says that I can't have any of those be 5. So therefore this is a 5, because I need a 5 on both of these in this column, and they can't go in this column, so I have to hit both of them there, with that being a 5 and that being a 3. And so now that's a 3, and that's a 4 and a 3. So we got somewhere. I feel like just the scanning of this feels like more than 2 stars to me, but maybe I am biased. Okay, so that is a 4, 8 pair. Let's see. Okay, so we know we've got a 4 hanging around in one of these places. Row 6, column 3. Can't be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. Row 6, column 3. Okay, so let's just mark it. It can't be a 6 or a 7, because there's a 6, 7 quad over there in the box. It can't be a 5, because it's looked at by 2 things. So this is only a 1 or a 2. I mean, it's not nothing. Yeah, so I know one of these two is a 4. So I do know that there's a 4 up here. Right. It's the same point as before. I need to get 2 4s in here in these 6 cells. But I've already used the 4 in row 3, so that needs to be a 4. Okay, good spot. So it's the same pattern that somehow I saw down here and did not understand or appreciate up here. So yeah, so there's a 4 down. So now where does the 4 go on this 3-4 quad? The 4 in this 3-4 quad now goes here. Just by, magic. So that's not a 4. So now I think the 3-4 are both going here. You're right. These are now a 3-4 pair, so they're not an 8. And so these are now a 7-8 pair, because I still need a 7-8 pair on this quad, except that's the one that's the 8, because it also needs to go on the 8-9 quad, and that's a 7. And now that's a 6. And now I can go ahead and mark these digits. That can't be a 5. That can't be a 5. Okay. One of these two is now a 7. For whatever that is worth. Which gets me some 7s over here, which gets me some 7s down here, question mark. 8, 8, there's an 8 over down here somewhere. 9 needs to be on this dot, so these can't be 9s. So 9 is in one of these 2 cells in this column, and so therefore 9 is in one of these 2 cells on this quad, and therefore 9 is in one of these 2 cells. Just recreationally. Trying to understand Isabella's point about 5 in box 9. 9 is over here. Do I know that 5 isn't here somehow? Or do I know that 5 is there somehow or something like that? I think I'm missing a piece of Isabella's point. Is the point. Let me just mark this row and maybe something interesting will happen. Yes, something interesting happened. Oh, probably I don't have all the digits. I actually need to mark it with all 9 digits. Okay, so this is not a 2, 3, 4, or 5, or 9. This is not a 2, 3, 5, or 9. It's not an 8 either because of the quad down there. This is not a 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, or 9, and it's not a 1 either because of the quad down there. This is not a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, or 9, and it's not a 1 either. Okay, this really is a naked 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9. So what we just saw is that this is a naked 7. So that is a 7, a 6, and an 8. Making that a 1 and a 4 to get rid of the row. And so we've got all of that. So now that's a 7, an 8, and a 4. One of these is a 2. One of that is an 8. Let's see. Yeah, we've got a 1 in here. We've got some other stuff. Let's see. Will you actually pencil mark all the digits, or will you only pencil mark some of them? Okay, we'll really pencil mark all the digits. I don't think it did anything in that particular instance, but it's good that it knows about all the digits now. 7 in box 8 needs to go on the quad, which is very interesting because it can only go there, and now 7 on this quad can only go here. Which has turned those into a 5-6 pair, which has turned those into a 7-8 pair. We can assuredly mark these cells. One of these is a 9. I guess that's not as interesting as I had fantasized about. That 5-6 looks over there and says, that's not a 6, though, for whatever that is worth. Let us see what else is happening here. Maybe this cell is interesting. Well, it's not a 5 because of the 5 quad over there. So this is a 1, 2, or 9. I should probably mark these just in case. That's about what I expected, I'll be honest. Maybe I'm trying to get some sort of quadruple or something. There's some 9s up here pointing down at that, making that not a 9, which has given me a 1, 2 pair in the row, which is enough for me to justify doing that, because these can't be 1 or 2 anymore. So this digit can't be a 6 because of that. Let's see. Those digits, I think, can be anything out of all of that. Where's 9 in box 9? 9 in box 9. Right. One of these is a 9, so these aren't 9. So one of these is a 9, so that's not 9. There's a 9 over here is Jonathan's point. So the 9 over here looks at that cell and says that's not a 9, so that is a 9. Okay. The 9s eventually did something from over here. I mean, if you call clues boring, it sort of makes the clues feel like they have to give you something in order to prove that they're worthwhile. So I feel like if you are just a bit aggressive with the clues, it works well. There's a 7-8 pair in column 6. Yes. Okay, so these are a 7-8 pair. I agree. Because we have 7s and 8s both pointing up into this box. So what is this digit? It's not 1, 2, 3, 4. It could be 5 or 6. It's not 7 or 8, and it could be 9, except it's not actually 6 either. So this cell can only be 5 or 9, and it can't be 5 either, because there's 5s that align. So in fact, this is just a naked 9, which has placed that 9. Let's see. Okay, so now these are just a quad, so we can fill them in. I realize saying just a quad in this puzzle is somewhat oomers. Also, this isn't a 5. This is a 6, and that's a 3. These aren't 3 or 6. So we've got all of that. So this is a triple now. Consisting of 1, 2, and 5. Those aren't 6. One of these is 6, so that's not. So that is 6. Just by Sudoku of old-fashioned sorts. Let us see what else can be done. It probably is going to involve entering some more candidates in some places, is my guess. But maybe if I scan for my quads long enough, something will jump out. So let's mark these. So I know these can't be 5 because of the 4 or 5 quad down below. These are only from 1, 2, 3, 6. What about these? Somehow, yeah, I know this isn't 5 because there's a 5 looking down on it from above. I know one of these two is 6 because this needs a 5 and a 6, and it has neither yet. So one of these two is a 6, therefore that is not a 6, and that's not a 6. Therefore, where is the 6 in this box? It's exactly there. Let's just rip the Band-Aid off and fill in those. maybe did not do... Okay, so Rangsk asks about 6 in row 1, which we actually can do, because we know that one of these two is 6 because of this 5-6 quad, and so therefore it's up here, but it can only actually go there. That is good. There's a triple in box 6, so there is, and then there's another triple over here, so this is not 1, 2, or 3, because we've already got our 1, 2, 3 triple. There's some 5s looking over here, so this is not a 5. It's only a 4 or a 9. I guess I should fill in this because it's being looked at by a 1, 2, 5 triple in the row. So these aren't 2 or 1 or 5. And so therefore that's a naked 7 and a 9 and a 4 and a 3 and a 5 and a 9 and a 3 and a 4. And that's the 3 there. 8 and 7 and 4. No 3. No 7. No 9. Let's see. 1 and 2, 2 and 3. Row 9, column 9 isn't a 2. Right, because we needed a 2. Right, because of the 2, 3. Right. So that's a 1. One of those is a 2, so that's a 1. So that's a 2. That's a 2. That's a 1. That's a 6. So that's the 6 up there. That's a 2 and a 1 and a 5 and a 2 and a 5 and a 6 and a 2 and a 5 and a 2 and an 8 and a 7 and an 8. Let's remark. And so now that is a 7 and a 2. Let's see if I can figure out what is breaking all of this. Maybe not. Question mark, question mark. There's a 1-5 pair in this row, which has made that a 2. I now feel very much like I am missing something. This is the only place for 5 in row 1. Okay, so that's a 5, and that's a 1, and that's a 5 and a 1, and a 1 and a 5, and a 5 and a 9, and a 1. And our betting tree is a... our betting tree is a 9. Congratulations again to all of the 9 bettors. I hope Jay Dyer actually bet 9 this time. Yes. That certainly felt like it was trickier than most of the 2-star puzzles I do. I mean, maybe no individual deduction was that tricky, but the fact that there are 200 clues, give or take, in the grid meant that scanning it was more of an adventure. I did very much appreciate the way that the quadruples were structured so that you could kind of know what to expect when you were scanning. That was very interesting. But certainly was tricky for me. But nice puzzle. Oh yes, Danita is asking about where Isabella's interview is tomorrow. Tristan, who I don't know if is listening, can you provide a link to Memerister's channel? Because Memerister does interviews with famous setters on a regular basis. So Tristan will probably post a link to that in just a moment, Danita. I'm going to take a short break, and then I'm going to do a 6x6, and then I'm going to watch Rangsk solve my Philomeno puzzle with you. So I believe it's the first sort of pencil puzzle kind of thing that I set. So I will talk about that in just a moment. But I will be right back with the 6x6. Alrighty, for our 6x6 today, we are going to do a totally original MicroStudy puzzle. So we are doing minimalism. We have here a grid that looks nothing like any other grid that I have ever seen in a puzzle. So we have some given digits, and then we have some arrows. So the circle is going to be the sum of the digits in the arrows. Math Pesto says it solves if you replace these with Renban, but it is not a pleasant solve. So let's see. So let's think about what the minimum this circle could be is. So that digit's at least 3. This one's at least 1, and that one's at least 1. So this can only ever be a 5 or a 6. So we've got that going for us. And in fact, we've only got 1 degree of freedom on all of that. So in fact, this needs to be a 1. Because if this isn't a 1, these are already summing to at least 7, which is not going to work. So that's a 1. And so what I'm saying is this is a 3 or a 4, and this is a 1 or a 2, based on how exactly that all works out. We usually don't do digit dances for 6x6s just because the 6x6s are usually quick enough. But I can bring in Zach for a very abbreviated 1 dance. Woo! Just for you, Anti-Knight. Just for you. Let's see. I know there's a 4 over in one of those cells. I know there's a 5 over in one of those cells. I know there's a 3 up here. What is row 4, column 2? Oh, maybe I'm supposed to just mark this cell. So this cell is definitely not a 6. So this is a 1 or a 4. If this was a 4, the only way it would work is if both of these were 1, which would be an enormous problem because of that 1. So this is always a 1. So this is also 5 or 6, actually, now that I think about it, because now this is at least 2 and this is at least 2, but it can't be 5. So in fact, this is always 6. So there's some 6s living over here. These 2 digits need to add to 5. And I don't see any reason they can't be 1, 4, or 2, 3, unfortunately. Let's see. 1 is, if I look at 1 in this box is over here, so now 1 in this box is just placed here. We've got that. And so now that that 1 has been placed, now these can't be 1, 4. So now they can only be 2, 3. And so we know the order. So that's the 2 and that's the 3, which makes that a 3, which makes that a 5, which makes that a 5, which makes that a 1, which makes these, hold on a moment, a 2, 3 pair. That's a 2 and a 3. So that's a 4, 6. These are 4, 5, 6, but that's the only one that can be a 5. If we look carefully. There's a 5 up here. Do we have all the ones? We don't have all the ones yet, because that's got to be a 1, and so that's a 6, and so that's a 4 and a 6, and that's a 6 and a 4. These are a 2, which goes there, sorry, a 2 that goes there, and that's a 4. That's a 4. These are a 5 and a 6 in some as of yet undetermined order. These are a 4 that goes there, and a 2 that goes there, and that's a 3. These are a 2-6 pair. Oh, and the 2 and the 6 are resolved, so that's a 5 and a 6. And then these are a 3 and a 5. Very revolutionary. I am impressed. In fact, I think it was so revolutionary, I believe it inspired a Jay Dyer puzzle with the same name. So let's do the Jay Dyer puzzle that was inspired by MicroStudy's puzzle. We'll be right back. Alrighty, so next up we have a puzzle that I believe borrows some ideas, or maybe it went with the other direction. Who knows? But what we have here is we have an anti-king puzzle. So we can't put, so for example, normally you couldn't put a 4 in the same row or column. In this puzzle, additionally, you can't put it in any of the touchy cells. So you could call it no touchy Sudoku if you like. So this 4, for example, where does it go in this box? It can't go here because they would touch, so that would be a 4. So the 3 in this box, I see, definitely goes in one of those cells, which places the 3 up here. We have, I think I originally heard that from Clover, but I'm not at all claiming that Clover came up with it. Also, I haven't put a 6 in the grid yet, so Sven doesn't know that there's supposed to be 6s in the puzzle. So this is a 1 or a 6. Let's see. So yeah, there's a 3 down there. So one of these two, no, sorry, I was going to say something dumb. One of these two is a 1. Let's see. What else can I do? 2 in box 4. 2 in box 4. Oh, sorry, 2 in box 3. Yes, 2 in box 3 is just placed because that's the only place for a 2. Got it. And so then 2 over here, like that. I was going to say, if 2 in box 4 is the next spot, it's going to take a while for me to get to it. So one of these two is a 2. 2 in this column is getting a bit congested, but it's not quite there yet. Let's see. Row 3, column 2 is not 1 because it sees both of those places for 1. No problem. It was much more entertaining that way. So that's not a 1 because it would see both of those places for 1. That would be bad. One of these has become a 5 just out of sheer willpower alone. These are from 1, 5, 6. Meaning in particular, I suppose one of these is a 4. I'd not really appreciated. Which I was about to say rules 4 out of those cells, but that's not super impressive. Okay. 5 is in one of these two cells. That's very important, because that now places 5 in this row. Because now 5 in this row can only go here, because if it went there or there, it would touch the 5. And so that's the 5, because the 5 can't touch. These are 1, 4, 6. Oh, Anti-Knight also had that idea. Let's see, that's a 5 just by regular Sudoku. No touchy required. Let's see. What else do we have? We've got a 4 pencil marked into one of those two cells, which means that's never a 4. It's only a 1 or a 6. Let's see. These cells, let's just go ahead and mark what they are. And just in case any anti-king stuff shows up. It did not. I'm being told this can't be a 4. 5, yes. 5 can't touchy here anymore because of that 5. So the 5 is actually placed there, making that a 6 and a 1. Very good. Yes, the invisible given 4 sees that cell, making that a 6, a 1, and a 4, and a 3, and a 6. And a 1, and a 6, and a 3. So that is a 1. These are a 1, 2, 6. And that's the 1 out of all of those. That's the 2, and that's the 6. So that's the 2 up here. So these are a 3 and a 4 in that order. These are a 3 and a 4 as well. So that's a 4. That's a 5. One of these is a 2, and it's that one. And one of these is a 6, and it's that one. Very nice. What a lovely pair of puzzles. I enjoyed those. The two of you should co-author a book of nice 6x6s with this layout. Very nice. Alrighty, I'm going to go refill my drink, and then I am going to watch and react to Rangsk solving my puzzle, which will look better than this when I lay it out. So we will come watch Rangsk solve one of my phenomenas. I've been enjoying sort of like talking about my setting process in the context of watching people solve my puzzles, so I'm going to do that next. So I will be back in just a moment. it. There we go. I see some problems with the screen layout that I have proposed. Let us try to fix this somewhat. Okay. That almost fits. Let's a smidge more. Okay. I think that's pretty good. Rangsk and I can sit and you can see both of us. All right. Let me play it and see if you can hear the sound. Just let me know, and then I can adjust the sound if anything is off. Of course, Rangsk is not yet talking.
There's our bet cell.
There we go.
Okay, this is called Round and Round. It's by zetamath. Normal Philomeno rules apply. Okay, divide the grid into ominoes.
Okay, Sarah likes
Each cell contains the size of its omino. 2 ominoes of the same size cannot share an edge. So it's just standard Philomeno rules. So, for example, I could do a 3-3-3 like this. Now none of these can be 3. That forms an omino, a 3 omino, and then I might have like a 4 omino next to it, right? But what I can't do is have another 4 omino touching this in some way. It's not allowed. Can't share an edge. I could do this though. We could share a corner.
So notably nothing to do with Sudoku if you're not used to seeing Philomeno stuff.
A white dot indicates the digits on either side are consecutive. So these are white dots. Black dot is 1-to-2 ratio. Not all are given. Good thing. Every omino includes at most 1 circle. 2 circles of the same row column cannot contain the same digit. Okay. Black circles pretending to be white dots. What is this for?
So the story of this puzzle is basically that I have for a long time enjoyed a lot of things that are sort of like Philomeno adjacent, or like Sudoku puzzles that involve Philomeno stuff. But I have always found like just raw Philomeno just tedious. And a lot of the reason why I find it sort of tedious is because regular Philomeno puzzles don't have any sort of global deductions. That is, every deduction is like, you look at this 3x3 square, and any deduction that you can't make by looking by this 3x3 square, you just can't make, because all of all the conditions in regular Philomeno are just so local. And so, I liked the sort of like making the ominoes part, and you'll see making ominoes is something that shows up in tons of my favorite of my own puzzles. So it's something I like the logic of, but I like there to be some sort of spice to sort of make it. And I was trying to figure out, as I've been playing a lot with variations and pencil puzzles and things that are not technically or not even really at all Sudoku, trying to figure out like what could I actually do. And so the goal here with the circles was to specifically introduce this sort of cross-grid communication that you get in something like a Sudoku puzzle into a Philomeno puzzle without actually introducing the full-on, oh, you've got to place the digits 1 through 9 everywhere kind of thing. So that was sort of my motivation here as I sort of was coming up with and brainstorming this rule idea. By the way, I should mention, I enjoy doing these sort of reactions to people solving my puzzles. If you enjoy them, I will try to do them more. I kind of want to pick like Naverio or Nell or someone else who's solved 3 of Diamonds and just talk about that at some point. Because there's a lot of interesting stuff to talk about, I think, in 3 of Diamonds, which is like one of my crazier puzzles. Anyway, so expect me to continue doing more of these, and I kind of also I'm looking for excuses to go back and watch all the old CTC features and do similar stuff to this as well. So anyway, you can look forward to more of that as we sort of go on to this.
World coming to, indeed. All ominoes in this puzzle have size 1 to 9. This is not logically necessary for the solve, but allows you to solve the puzzle in CTC if you prefer. Nice.
Anti-Knight
Good
wants
to
an
know.
arrow puzzle from me. I've set a 6x6 arrow puzzle before.
So-
Isn't that enough?
That means adjacent white circles are not the same omino as each other. Okay, so this gets trapped. Like this one here, it can't go right. It could be a 1x1, but it can't. If it grew into here, that's as far as it gets because it can't grow here. So this is a 1 or a 2. This one's just a 1, so that makes that a 2, and it uses these.
Yay,
two.
Zach, for the digit dance.
Let's make
Woo-hoo,
ones
woo-hoo.
black.
Woo!
Let's make them gray.
Woo! Go
Um,
Rangsk.
So this one now has to be a 3 because it can't be a 1 or a 2. I can't get bigger than that.
Yeah, I can't imagine me ever setting a like 9x9 vanilla arrow puzzle.
This one
I might
definitely
someday.
takes these two. This one takes these two. But these could all, one of these could be a 1, so we don't know anything else about that.
Football formations too. Navarro is going to yank it from LMD before you get it featured on CTC.
This one has to
MicroStudy.
take this one. It says 2 circles in the same row column cannot contain the same digit. It's on the rules.
Oh, I realize I set this up in a way that you can't see the chat from Rangsk's
This one has to grow here.
thing, which maybe I should set it up the other way next time. I don't know.
I'm gonna make it blue.
I mean, I just basically never set a puzzle with
Neither of
only
these can be
vanilla
2 in
constraints.
size, though. So this has to turn and this has to turn.
And vanilla arrows especially have just been so mined to death by people setting with them that it's very, very difficult for me to imagine that I would come up with something at all interesting for vanilla arrows that hadn't been done 6,000 times before.
Oh, this can't be 2 in size, so this has to be a 1. That's true.
Oh, I mean, I've done plenty of puzzles that are arrows, but with a twist. That's
Blue
fine.
can't take this one, so this
I'm
one's
sure
some
I'll
other
do that
color.
lots of times.
Orange can't take this one, so this is some other
I mean,
color.
for example, every double arrow puzzle I've ever made is arrows with a twist.
Make it purple.
And
Oh,
I've
yeah,
got
neither
lots
these
of
can be
those,
3
Anti-Knight.
either. So they have to grow, and they have to continue this way. Now we have to be careful. We can take these circles. We don't have to turn. It just makes the digit the same. One of these grows somewhere.
There is
They
a
can't
rule
both
that
be
each
4.
omino only has one circle, which hopefully will be discovered shortly. I take it that chat will discover that shortly.
Maybe instead of giving these colors, I should be drawing a border. So let's draw all the known borders.
There are plenty of people who set ridiculously good arrow puzzles and seem to come up with endless ideas for them. I just don't think that is where my strengths lie as a setter. But I certainly do a lot of arrow puzzles on stream, for example.
This has to take these two.
I am certainly in the arrow is better than killer.
Oh, it has to go
camp.
up because it can't be a 2. It doesn't take this one because these would have the same digit.
Have you?
This is done. That doesn't come out.
Kajito says a similar story about them setting them.
These are not the same. Who is Derek? Derek was the constructor of the previous puzzle, and he's also a mod of the stream, friend of the stream as well.
Oh no, I was agreeing with
can't
you.
have
I
more
would
than
say
one
arrows are
circle.
better than killer. I
Did you
like
say
arrow
that?
better than killer.
Oh, ominoes can't have more than one circle. I forgot about that rule.
It won't
That's what
surprise you
trapped
to
these
learn that
in the first
Renban would
place.
be higher
Okay.
on my list than arrows.
If I missed any borders? Row column labels, sure. Okay, that's true. Either this blue is going to go up or this orange is going to go down because these can't both be 4 in size. And that's going to make one of these two a 1. We don't know which, but one of these is a 1, which means these are not 1s. So these all extend outwards.
Yeah, fun fact, by the way, I set this puzzle almost entirely while I was giving a test lately, and I actually gave a test today and sort of messed around with setting. Lately, when I give a test, I sit in the room and just, on paper, try and set something. And what I have is I just have a pile of pages with blank 10 by 10 grids printed out on them that I just doodle on and try and find stuff. This puzzle actually came together almost completely in the way that I set it by hand, but there was an error at the very end where there ended up being 2 2s in the same column, and then it took me a long time of iterating on like exactly what I could do to change the very, very end to make it so that it worked. But 90% of this puzzle is as it was in the version that I set in an hour.
I don't know about that, but these extend out. Let's give them all colors. And these extend out. Like that. This can't be a 2, so it has to keep going. And it's not allowed to hit the...
Spoiler, the thing I worked on today did not come into anything remotely resembling a puzzle.
This one can't be a 1 or a 2, so it's got to do this. Now they're all competing to be 3. Hey, Derek, you missed your puzzle. I'm sorry. It was very nice, though. I enjoyed it. Comedy show tonight? Nice.
Between lines are so weird, Malcolm.
Oh, man.
They're obviously something I've enjoyed, pizza. But they're so weird.
Sometimes that just happens. I think about pizza. True, this one's done. This belongs to an omino. Very true. Any ideas about that? It's a 2.
I mean,
why can't it like
2D wave particles is one of my favorite puzzles I've ever set in a very weird sort of way. And in a way where I don't even really feel like I set the puzzle exactly, but that is like almost a pure between lines puzzle.
Okay, we've got all of 1 through 9 accounted for in this column, actually. Wait, no, not quite. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 through 8. Okay, wait, hold on. Yeah, one of them has to be 8 or 9 long. That's true. This is the second puzzle in a row with a circle-themed title. Thinking about circular foods is only natural. True. Look at all these pizzas in the grid. Okay. A lot of these are going to grow. Is that why you're thinking about cookies? It might be. I got Fig Newtons here, just sitting here.
Fig Newtons are fruit and
I
cake.
could have a Fig Newton. But those aren't circular.
I would eat a Fig Newton about now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rangsk's got the big 10K subscribers,
It's not a cookie,
so
it's a
he gets
Newton?
all of the all the sponsors for the stream.
The whole grid is a square pizza and it's got pepperoni on it.
When we get to 10K subscribers, who do you think will officially sponsor our stream?
Only one of these gets to not grow.
Penguin biscuits? Is that... I hope that's biscuits for penguins and not biscuits made of penguins. Zach would be very upset.
Okay. So this is a border that I didn't draw. If this escapes at all, then yellow's the 3. That's kind of interesting by itself. This could be a 2. So yeah, it could take 1, 2, 3, 4. It could take these, but that's all it gets. So it is 1 through 4.
Biscuits made by penguins. That's true. Contributing to penguin employment.
From now on, every Philomeno is really a pizza slicing puzzle. Do you get pizza at the end when you solve it?
Oh, apparently they're a real thing. They're apparently delicious chocolate sandwich things. Well, I will eat them. If they sponsor the stream and give me like a whole fridge of them, I will definitely eat them on stream.
Is it a Domino's pizza? Ooh. Yeah, I want the 9 omino slice, please. Yellow's at most 5. Why can't it be 6? This is 3, 4, 5, 6, unless you can prove why it's 5.
So the deduction here that I intend to be made, by the way, since I realize we're talking about food and not the puzzle, which is fine. But the deduction I intend to be made here is that this cell is never taken by pink. And the reason why this cell is never taken by pink is that there's 2 worlds. Either this is a 1, in which case this is more than 1, which then makes blue 4, which makes orange not 4. And so then orange grows into this cell. Or the simpler case is this just isn't a 1, in which case it's that. And so in order to avoid repetition between these 2 things, which both need to work out differently, these circles and these circles both need to be different, the only way that happens is if these 2 cells get taken by either orange, blue, or by these 2 circles. And so pink can never take this cell, but also pink is touching a 2, so pink needs to grow, and it always grows to there. That's the deduction that I imagine the setter making, or sorry, the solver making
because
at this
purple
point.
Can't be 2. Why can't purple be 2? Oh, purple's touching a 2, so it can't be 2.
There we go.
Oh. So this can't be 4 then. This can't be 6. Purple is 3 or 4 or 5?
But I was trying to create like some sort of like something that felt kind of like a Sudoku deduction where these things are sort of pushing each other away, but doing it purely geometrically.
So if this was a 5, this would be 1, but now blue would grow and this would also be 1. So this can't be 5. In general, none of these are allowed to... Hold on. Wait, how does this... The only one who's allowed to take these are these. That makes sense, right? And then they're going to... Well, I don't know if they're going to stop, but... So this can be 3 max, this can be 5 max, this can be 4 max. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, it's a somewhat fascinating discussion of this whole, like, how difficulty gets perceived differently in different sort of genres of LMD. On the whole, like, pencil puzzle side, which is where this is published, this is a 2 out of 5 for difficulty. Like, I think a Sudoku that used similar logic would easily be in the 3-4 range, but because the people on the non-Sudoku side are, they're grinders, shall we say, this ended up at a 2, I believe.
Oh, but this can't come out. That means this can't come out because this would be a 2, because this isn't allowed to take this cell. That's a border. If purple grows up and takes this cell, then that breaks this stuff as we just described. And so purple does need to come out. Okay, that's the easy way
I
to see
published it as a 3. I
that
think
gives us the 1.
if I was rating it like a
gives us
Sudoku
this
puzzle,
3.
I think
that
3
means this has to be a 4.
is appropriate.
It's done. Can't have 2 1s next to each other. Oh, but the orange could come down. Never mind. There we go. So now all of these other ones have to grow. Orange grows. Green grows. Now blue grows. Doesn't take another circle. Orange is done. So orange is a 4. So blue has to grow again. Green has to grow again, and it can't do that.
You have to decipher it, Sarah, through what happens up here. So it's
like
through blue and circle.
This one here can't be a 1. So it's going to be a 2. And it's done. This can't be a 1, so it's going to grow. Oh, wait, column 5 grows. True. Ah, that's neat. Let's make it yellow.
Sneezing downstairs.
So it doesn't take these. So this is a 1. This cannot be a 1, so it's going to grow.
Yeah, I realize, Sarah, there's not sort of room for me to put on the screen during the reaction the rules to the puzzle. I was wondering if something weird was going on down here, Rangsk. It had been a little while since I'd thought about, or sorry, something down here, Garion. If something down here was a little off, I was not quite sure. I think it was right.
This one though,
but it's not sort of how I remember it going. But
so it's either a 2
thought about too many puzzles since then to remember it exactly.
Haha, it is a 2. Oh, red can't be a 2, actually. It touches a 2. I don't know how it grows, though. Okay. What did we learn? This is 5 through 9. Yay.
Just what we hoped pencil mark thing says.
Why do I get the feeling these are all just going to race each other to the circles? I think we've learned that even though Sven gave us lots more colors, we tend to stick to the original 9. Yeah, I feel bad, but I do. I haven't customized a palette or anything. I just don't like switching between the palettes. Good night, Panthera.
Yeah, so he just actually moused over the exact deduction, which is that this circle can't grow here. Because if this circle grows here, it creates 2 dominoes that touch. Which is not allowed. And so this circle has to grow, but can't grow there. And that sort of spins out. I should personalize my palette sometime. I should do a live reaction video to Naverio personalizing his palette.
I technically only need, what, like 4 colors? 1 in row 8.
The other day when Naverio was about to do 3 of diamonds, which is my craziest puzzle in a while, he started by carefully choosing new palette colors.
This must be green or yellow. Right. So we can't do this because that makes 2 2s that touch each other. So this is a green or a yellow. It can't be anything else. So it's not going to touch this. It's not going to touch this one. So it's got to get out. Oops. So let's make it red. Oh, no, red is bad. Let's make it purple. It's not going to touch this purple. It's true. Until I drew this could have been higher. You're 100% right. But now it's 4 or 5. I was just precog. All right. Oh yeah, and we can draw that this can't go down.
Well, you can really only map region size to color after you've solved the puzzle. And yeah, Malcolm, that's exactly right, is that gives you a 1-2 pair in this column, which then bullies all of these things to be of absolutely enormous size, because now they can't be 1, 2, 3, or 4 in size. Which is really just what I was trying to do with this puzzle, was to get as many sort of Sudoku-y deductions with the circles.
Column 2 now has a 1-2 pair. True. So these are from 5 through 9. So they all have to grow. Red grows. Green grows. Blue grows. Orange grows. They still have to grow, though. Because they are not allowed to stay 3 long. Doing this in the most inefficient way possible.
He does not know that red does not go down.
None of these can stop. Oh no, wait, hold on. This I can't draw this one.
Right. The break-in just sort of doomed that there was going to be this sort of boring region of lines up at the top, but I just sort of agreed to accept that.
This one has to grow, and now it's done. These all grow. We don't know where red grows to. But this is done, and it's the 5. Row 5, column 2. Row 5, column 3 is taken by either blue or this one. There's none of the others are allowed to take it. We proved that a while ago. So now blue has to grow because it's not allowed to be 5. It gets stuck there. But I think we're a little bit unsure now.
Color everything in shades of gray until its size is known, and then reward it with a color. That could be a good strategy.
Even if red took this one, it would still have to grow here, which should help, because now green has to grow. And so now blue is stuck. It's 6.
Thank you for not being a monster, MicroStudy, and for doing pretty colors to match the sizes.
You hope the blues don't touch? Yeah. I could have changed the color. We might as well, like, do the whole Philomeno thing. Yeah. Okay, good enough. Oh no, we don't know. Oh, this is 2, 4, 5. That's what that is.
There definitely is a uniqueness concern in setting this puzzle, for sure, Malcolm.
So this can go 1, this can be 2, 3, or 4. But it can't be 4 in size. Oh, and this can't be 4 in size as well. So these are a 2, 3 pair. So they stop here. That's interesting.
Yes, I love that this gives that this cell's always a 3 regardless of what color it is.
This can't be a 3, that's true, because it sees a 3. It's not allowed to. Okay, this purple doesn't grow left. So, and it doesn't go right because then it would be a 3. So it's done. Those are 2s.
It's funny. He said it saw that 3. It definitely does not see this 3, but it sees that 3.
So far, all the regions have been snakes starting from circles. This disambiguates the 2-3 pair. Oh, this can't be 2. So this is the 4-5. This is the 5. Sorry, I should have even written that these couldn't be 4. This is the blue 5.
Yes, and so that resolves all the nonsense.
This is the 2, and this is the 4.
What Rangsk said about them being snakes is very astute. That's a very natural thing to have happen with the way that I'm sort of bullying all of the regions with circles. Because the circles pushing things around is all sort of forcing things to grow one cell at a time, and you can only actually force it to grow in a specific direction if there's only one direction it can grow, but there's only one direction it can grow if it's growing like a snake, basically. So I think the way I was structuring the puzzle was naturally going to make things snakes. Although it's funny, I think when Tristan was doing his test solve, I think Tristan actually intuited that everything should be a snake and actually broke the puzzle at one point because there's one thing that's not a snake, if I recall correctly.
Nice. Two C's right. This 2 C's here. Good. That's 3, that's 2.
Tristan actually remembers what it was that happened. I don't remember the exact details.
They grow, but I don't know where. Okay, this can't just stay here. If this was just this, it would be a 6. And so the only other way it grows is here. That's true. So these are different. Now green can't stay as 6, so it grows here. And the white dot prevents it from taking the one below it. And the circle prevents it from taking the one above it.
Torturing MicroStudy by not removing the 6s from the cells that he even points at and says it can't be 6 because of the 6, but then leaves the 6 there just to tease you.
This could be 7. Unless there's math we can do to say that this can't be very big unless it takes red.
This puzzle was originally meant to be disambiguated with a single black dot.
I think you said the wrong cell.
As like the zeta signature, but then it turned out I actually needed a couple more dots to make it less weird. Hey AFK, we're watching Rangsk solve my Philomeno puzzle, so I'm talking a little bit about what went into setting this and that sort of thing.
Column 6 needs to grow right.
I did contemplate doing one even square if I could.
One, it still takes this
I might make my next Philomeno puzzle with one even square.
I don't know if I want to make it purple. Let's make it orange, I guess. These are all different.
I've definitely done pencil puzzles where there are snakes. It was not ever my intention, and it's not actually true that everything be a snake. It just turns out that way, that a lot of them are snakes.
So it either grows because it can't be a 2, or it grows because it can't be a 3. So it's going to grow here.
I loved that. That was probably my favorite deduction of the thing, was the fact that this region always needed to take this because it needed to grow, and if it grew that way, it needed to grow again. Yes, Garion is correct. The next step is to count all of the circles together and minimize, together with counting the number of empty white cells and asking where green can get its 2. That will be the next thing. I don't have a link right in front of me, AFK, but I can get you one and paste it in chat in just a second.
Row 1, column 7 must grow true. It doesn't take the one below it. Yeah, this is fun. Obviously, across a black dot, we don't grow.
This is the puzzle he is solving.
This is also a line.
So yeah, that's a link to the LMD page.
This is not a 1 or a 2.
It's funny. I found out Rangsk. I found out that Rangsk solved this puzzle because I got an email that Scorp had solved it, and I was like, "Who streamed this puzzle?" And then I figured out who it had to have been. Yeah, we're watching the video of his solve from yesterday.
Gotta be careful about that. One of these is taken by blue or green.
Yeah, this step has some nuance, MicroStudy. My hope was that because it's really the same step we did earlier with a little bit more, that you're sort of well prepared for it, but it is
1, 2, 3, or
it is
4.
tricky.
Interesting. Yeah, it's pretty big. So this is okay. So one of these is taken. Let's just say it's this one. This one takes 3 of them, at least. So these are used by not red.
Right? I always
red's allowed to go
thought
left.
that people did that by.
Okay, let's look. If red goes left,
by creating a new
5.
YouTube account, Malrog, but I'm not actually sure.
This has to be 6, so it grows. And then now this is a 1. Okay. So red does not go left. So red goes.
So Rangsk was all over that. Rangsk immediately got that the idea here is I actually know this takes at least 3 cells down here, and one of blue and green has to grow, so none of these cells are available for red.
I don't think red can take this one either, because this would then have to take all 3 of these in order to not be 1 or 2.
Yeah, it was just intended that you count and say that at minimum these 4 cells are taken by these things going on, and so that actually stops both orange from coming down and red from entering here, MicroStudy.
Green. Okay. So these 4 are used up by blue, green, and whatever this one is. So red's not allowed to do that. So that means this is a 3. And it takes this one.
Yeah, that diagonal 3
so this is
tickled
a 2 or
me.
4, which means this is not 3, interestingly. And then these are a 3-6 pair, and this is a 5-6 pair.
Yeah, I'm glad Rangsk got that in the way that I had envisioned.
So this is either 4 or 8. I like it being 4. Like that. In fact, who takes this one? Oh, red could take this one. 8 seems unlikely. True. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 or something. Hold on. This still needs to grow. This comes up here. It's not a 2 or a 4. It still needs to grow. It takes this one. It doesn't take this circle. I'm worried about our reds touching. Let's just change this
I'm glad
color.
that Rangsk did not ultimately find that he had to do it by counting the white space like he was about to.
Okay.
As Garion teased me earlier, it's always the step I complain
1, 2,
about
3,
when I'm
4,
solving,
5.
so I
Okay,
definitely was not going to
stop
make
here.
someone do that.
It doesn't have to grow anymore. What disambiguates all this? This 2-4 does have to grow. That's true. Good point from Jessica. So the 5 stops. This is a 5. These are all 5s.
And that disambiguates it.
This white dot's interesting. I don't know quite what to do with it, but it means these can't both stop here. Well, they could if red takes this one. No, because, okay, if red took this one, then green would grow or red would grow, but red couldn't grow because orange would take this one. And then green would grow. I don't know. That seems to work. Where does yellow get its circle? Oh, yellow. Does every domino have a circle? It says at most one circle. So you don't need a circle.
So funnily enough, I at no point intended that every region have a circle. But again, just kind of like how the regions end up being snakes because of what the rules are and what deductions you're allowed to force, it practically ended up that every region had a circle. And so in fact, in the original draft, every region had a circle, and this one's circle was right here. But the problem is this ends up being a domino, and that put 2 2s in the column. And then I spent forever trying to figure out how I could possibly remove this circle or remove this circle or move this circle over here or whatever, all these variations without sort of like breaking the logic. And I just couldn't. So this ended up not having a circle. But I specifically, I wanted there to be, or I imagined there would be many regions without circles. It just turns out, how can you make the puzzle unique if you have regions without circles? It's really difficult because you just don't have anything unless you're going to like degenerate into like given digits or even squares or whatever. So like this is a puzzle where I set most of the puzzle in 50 minutes, but then I spent many hours figuring out what would A, not break the beginning part that I really liked, and then B, sort of like make the ending satisfying, because my original very satisfying ending led to a puzzle that was broken. So I had to sort of redo it. And so this is one of those cases, and this I'd say doesn't happen super often, but it happened with this puzzle and it happened with Renban VBan, that way more than half of the setting process was in getting the last 10% of the puzzle to resolve in a way that I liked.
We could math the remaining blank spaces though. Oh, yes, that does disambiguate it. Thanks.
There we go. Someone saw
it. So this 5 means this can't be 5. So this must be 6. This is 5. 5 is done. That means this is the 6 and this is the 3. Thank you. This is green. This is, I don't know, some color that's there, red. These are 5s.
I now have a good theory on whether orange is 4 or 8. Andrew says it well. The first 80% of the work takes 80% of the time, and the last 20% takes the other 80% of the time.
Yeah, this got trapped. Red needs one more, and orange needs one more. So this is kind of a red-orange pair, which means orange is 4. Which means this is 2, and it's done. So orange is 7. Whichever one it takes makes it 7. So this can't be 7. This has to be.
This is an S-self-Philomeno puzzle?
But it can't exceed 8 because, okay, yeah, this can't be 4 because then it touches the green, and okay. That resolves it. Because of the white dot. These are 7s, these are 8s. And that's done. I knew they'd chase each other. All right.
I was at least glad it didn't end up being 5, 6, 7, 8. I would have found that unacceptable.
This can't be a 1, so it grows out. The black circle pretending to be a white dot was very helpful. I think this was made in Penpa. It was made in Penpa. That's why it looks different.
Yeah, the way the dots
this can't
import.
Be a 1, so it grows.
I'm not a huge fan of. I could have redone it.
These can't all be twos touching each other. I think what has to happen is this has to be orange so that we don't have twos touching each other. Yay. Even the answer check worked.
Woohoo! That was definitely one of the...
Nice end there.
One of...
Thanks, Zeta. That was a very nice Philomeno. I enjoyed it.
Was one of the smoothest sort of like solves at sort of hitting exactly my solve path. And even the spots in this that I think
I like the
sticky.
idea of the... Yes, and 3 wins the bet. I like the idea of the circles not repeating in rows and columns. That was an interesting mechanic.
Yeah, that, I mean, in terms of following my solve path almost exactly, like I don't know that there was any step that I would have done differently, and not ever getting stuck even in the sort of like areas where you had to keep track of these sort of Sudoku-y things of like, oh, these are a 5-6 pair with a 3 in here. That step that MicroStudy may have had some lingering feelings from. It was very, very nice solve from Rangsk there. I will now have to decide what I'm going to submit to Rangsk next, because nothing I have set
it's in
recently,
beta, but it's not secret, Zombie. You're welcome to share it.
There's
a converter that'll convert Penpa to...
Nothing I have set recently, I believe, is Rangsk appropriate. I will not submit 3 of diamonds to him unless he asks for it. But there was a point where I had set vignettes and Rangsk was not getting a lot of people submitting puzzles to him, and Rangsk at some point was like, hey, you want to submit that crazy one? So I submitted it. But anyway, really you should... You should all submit puzzles to Rangsk if you have not, because it is very fun watching him do puzzles, and he takes submissions. So if you have any puzzles that you think would be appropriate, you should submit them to him, because it's a lot of fun to watch him solve stuff. I think watching Rangsk solve a whole bunch of my puzzles was enormously helpful in terms of making me a better setter. So if you're a newer setter or a more experienced one, I recommend submitting them to him. It is very easy. Just go on the Discord, which is the same Discord as my Discord, but go on his channel and there'll be a pinned link that tells you how to submit them.
Cool. Well, I think we can do one more.
But that is all for today's stream. Thank you for hanging out. I will be back on Sunday with Neverio, so look forward to special guest Neverio. We will have fun with that. We'll probably solve puzzles faster because Neverio is one of the fastest solvers I know. So we'll be doing some stuff. So I told Neverio he could pick whatever he wanted out of the bucket to do. So we're gonna do whatever Neverio wants to do on Sunday. Oh, and Tristan will be there too, so we will have fun and do stuff together. So that will be cool. And I will I'm sure I'll find also at some point in the future some other stuff to watch me to stream me reacting to. So anyway, I hope everyone has a wonderful Friday/Saturday/Sunday, and I will see you then. Thanks for watching. Thanks to all of you who support the stream in whatever way you go about supporting the stream. There are a bunch of ways to do it. But the best way to support the stream, if you're interested in contributing financially to the stream, is to click the join button down below. There's Rangsk's join button. But I have my own join button down below. So if you click that, it will take you through becoming a YouTube member. Many people who watch already are either YouTube members or Patreon supporters. So YouTube members, you can tell they're YouTube members because they have green screen names. Patreon supporters, we wish we could give green screen names, but YouTube won't let us. So we thank all of our supporters of all kinds, though, on all the screens that we have for the Be Right Back and the end stream one that I'm about to put up, so you can see all the people who support them, and you'll see a great many of the channel regulars. We enormously appreciate it. So thank you very much to all of you who do that. I like to give a special thanks to the people who contribute at the top level. So those are David Ratner, Michael O'Connor, Nordy, Franco, Woofer, Andreas, DDX, Logan Wall, Daniel Silverstone, and Willie. Thank you so much to all of you. We love this community, and we're glad that we can keep doing this. I will see you on Sunday. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.